Alicia, the test on stream text looks great. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Allegra. We can hear you just fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How about me? This is Kent.
Yes, Kent, we can hear you great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in just a few minutes, so thank you for your patience. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started.
Welcome. Thank you all for coming today. I am Miriam Barcelona Ingenito, and I'm the Undersecretary of the Government Operations Agency, as well as the Chair of the California Building Standards Commission. I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9 o'clock on June 27th, 2023. Ms. Maeda, could you please call the roll?
Undersecretary Ingenito,
Present.
Commissioner Mickelton, Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Haskin, Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Here.
Commissioner Rambin,
Here.
Commissioner Legray,
Here.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan,
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez, we have 7 commissioners.
Thank you for that. We do have a quorum for the meeting. So I'm going to ask that everybody to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And it's behind us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Are we good?
Stretch for 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Getting there.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Face this way.
There we go.
All right. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask our acting executive director, Mr. Day, to please read the meeting minutes.
One quick second. I'm sorry. Mona, with ASL, would you mind spotlighting yourself? I don't think she noticed that.
Can you do it from your controls?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. May I ask who's the other ASL interpreter?
I think it's you at the moment. I'm not sure.
I need to have another interpreter. I texted the agency to ask who it was. So we'll see. And just a moment. Sorry. I don't seem to have the option to spotlight myself.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Mickelton has joined us as well.
Thank you, Pam.
Mr. Day?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Day, and this meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 189, which authorizes a state body to hold public meetings through teleconferencing and to make public meetings accessible telephonically or otherwise electronically. Today's meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers that there is a 45-second delay. Closed caption is available via Zoom's automated live transcription by clicking on the closed caption button. Closed caption will automatically appear if you're watching the meeting via YouTube. Closed captioning is also available for all the meeting days through the stream text link provided on the agenda. The stream text service provides a larger closed captioning screen and can be customized by the user. This commission meeting has been scheduled for 3 days. In the event the commission completes the agenda items prior to the June 29th, 2023, the commission will adjourn the meeting on the day it completes the agenda items and will convene the next day. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call CBSC's office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the commission chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off of mute. We request that you announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when you are done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. CBSC staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. on Monday, June 19th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move to agenda item number 2, which is a reappointment. So I am pleased to share that Governor Gavin Newsom has reappointed Commissioner Laura Rambin to a 4-year term. And do I see Laura? Can we spotlight Laura? Because we're going to swear her in. Laura is a principal architect at Studio Bondi Architecture. She has more than 20 years of experience working with nonprofit clients and designing preschool through 12th grade educational environments throughout the Bay Area and Sacramento. Laura fills the licensed architect member seat, and congratulations to you. So we are grateful for your contributions, your dedication to the building safety and willingness to serve. And I would like you to raise your right hand, if you will, and we're going to go ahead and swear you in. And if you don't mind to just repeat after me, and I will pause where I would like you to insert your name.
Sure, thank you.
So I state your name.
I, Laura Rambin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true and faithful allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. That was a lot, sorry. And the Constitution of the State of California. Would you like me to repeat that?
I've got it on my screen so I can read it.
Oh, perfect.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will take this obligation freely,
That I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you.
And I forget that with the remote that you did have this in front of you. So I was breaking it into very small pieces when I could have just read through the whole thing. But no, congratulations. And I'm going to go ahead and move on to agenda item number 3. So this item is dedicated to comments from the public on issues that are not on this agenda. So comments regarding items not on the agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the commission. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on item number 3 to put yourselves in the queue by raising your hand if you're on Zoom, or listen. In a moment, I'll ask for comments on the phone, and then you will be asked to unmute yourself. So if you do wish to speak, we ask again that you identify yourself, to state your name clearly and who you represent. So we're going to start. So Ms. Trusley, can you check Zoom and then the phone lines for agenda 3?
Richard Scaff.
Okay. I'm sorry, Richard Staff?
Scaff.
Oh, Scaff. Mr. Scaff?
Good morning. My name is Richard Scaff. I'm the Executive Director of Designing Accessible Communities, a 501c3 California nonprofit organization. I'd like to ask the Commission 2 things. One, whoever's speaking needs to go a little slower so the sign language interpreter and captioner, unless that's an automatic captioning, are able to do their work correctly and well. Secondly, I'm concerned about the lack of a second sign language interpreter, since this meeting will probably go longer than 2 hours. And a sign language interpreter needs breaks. Thirdly, I very much appreciate the Commission's and the Chair's allowance of the items relating to people with disabilities from the State Architect's Office and HNCD to go first, if that's possible, because we will not be able to have people stay throughout a 3-day event in most cases. So I would appreciate that request. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Scaff, and I duly noted that I need to speak more slowly, so my apologies. Mr. Day, can you address the question about the agenda items in
Yes.
order here?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Scaff, for your comments. We appreciate that. And I believe, Pam, we're working on contacting the second ASL interpreter. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also Commissioner
Sounds
Haskin
good.
and Commissioner Ramirez have joined as well.
Zachary, our other ASL interpreter, just joined.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you for joining us, Zachary. Mona, we now have our second interpreter, so thank you for your patience.
Yes, I see now. Thank you. Zach, we'll do 2020, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Scaff, regarding your second request, we actually received a request for reasonable accommodation from Nubian Scott with Disability Rights California with a similar request on behalf of disabled members of the public, requesting that both agenda items 23 and 24, which are HCD 1AC 0122 and DSA AC 0122. These are the accessibility rulemakings from each agency. Be moved up on the agenda to day 1, June 27th. Based on how the commission has accommodated similar requests at past meetings, the recommendation is that the commission instead consider reserving consideration and discussion on agenda items 23 and 24 to the very beginning of day 3, June 29th, shortly after the meeting starts at 9 a.m., consistent with what we have done at past meetings. And this was amenable to Nubian Scott with Disability Rights California. This will ensure that most or all business on agenda items 1 through 22 can be concluded, and also ensures that Disability Rights California and the disability community may tune into the commission meeting at a specified date and time to participate in those particular rulemakings. With that, I will leave it up to the commission to determine how to proceed with this request for a reasonable accommodation.
Do the commissioners have any additional thoughts they'd like to provide on this item? If Commissioner Mickelton, it looks like your lips are moving, but I can't tell, your mic's not on.
Your headset itself might be muted.
Sorry, just one moment, folks.
How about that?
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to suggest that we follow the recommendation for the third day, the beginning of the third day. That's consistent with what we've done in the past, so that's a predictable time, and also allows all the other people who are queuing and ready to comment on the first items of the agenda today, especially, to be able to do that without their own delay.
Do I need to take a motion or anything on this, or can we just so order it?
I believe we can order if that's what the commission.
Okay, now, if, without any objection from the commission, I think that is what we will do to accommodate the community and to ensure that everybody can have this full participation.
Okay.
Okay, seeing none, do we have any additional public comments?
Yes, just one more note for Richard before I move to the next person. Richard, there are two sets of captionings going. There's the automated captioning in Zoom, which take it for what you will. And then we have a live captioner via the stream text. If you like that captioning, there is a link in the agenda to utilize that captioning. You put your hand back up, Richard. Did you have another comment before we move to the next?
Just wanted to ask if the commission finishes its work on early day 2, would you still be reconvening on Friday?
Yes.
Just want to make sure that that's going to be okay. So thank you very much for your accommodation, providing that. Thank you.
And just a correction, that would be Thursday, not Friday.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner. So yes, if we conclude all of the other agenda items early tomorrow, Wednesday, we would still come back on Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock to take these specific agenda items. And then anything else after that that was incomplete.
My apologies. This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. I think you meant Thursday morning, not Wednesday.
So we're going to do all of the regular order of business, if you will, Tuesday and Wednesday. And regardless of where we are on that calendar, we're going to come back Thursday morning to take these two items at a minimum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments for items not on the agenda?
Yes. So Connie Arnold.
Ms. Arnold, go ahead.
Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. I want to thank you for the accommodation of moving the items 23 and 24 on the agenda up on June 29th at 9 a.m. And I wanted to ask, I'm looking at my screen and I have the closed captioning blocking the person at the bottom of my screen, so I can't see their name or anything. And one of the other problems is I didn't see a way to have chat or anything enabled so that we can communicate if there's any problems happening, or to be able to see who are the participants that are on the commission meeting. And I'm wondering if there's a way to enable that so that we can see who are participating in the commission hearings. Thank you so much.
Would you like me to speak to a little bit?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great. Thanks, Barbara.
Hi, Connie. This is Barbara with Building Standards Commission. So your first comment on the captioning at the bottom of Zoom, you can drag that to move it to another location in Zoom. And again, there is also stream text with a live captioner. That link is in the agenda if you'd like to utilize that. As far as the layout in Zoom, we're using a webinar platform. So there is an attendee side for the public. And then there's a panelist side where we have the commission and the presenting agencies. And the point of that is to kind of build, in a sense, a virtual dais so that we can construct the meeting in a way that we're able to move forward and take public comment when it's appropriate. Unfortunately, the way Zoom is set up, I have no control over what an attendee can see or can't see. I'm not sure what that looks like today, but you should be able to see all of the folks that are here for the commission and with the state agencies that are presenting.
By just clicking the participants at the bottom, Barbara, is that? Oh, okay,
On the attendee side, there's not a participants list.
okay.
So we do have that option to allow folks to speak when the time is appropriate, but it is built in a sense to kind of create a virtual dais
Okay,
to maintain order in our meetings.
okay. Thank you, Barbara.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I just wanted to add for clarification that the stream text that's been mentioned a few times, there's a link in the agenda for this meeting that anyone can click on in order to open a new browser window that shows that live captioning. And so that also allows you to have it in a separate window other than the Zoom window. And then Ms. Arnold, you may see at the top right-hand corner of your Zoom window a little icon that can maybe change the view so that you can see the other participants in different ways. I'm not sure if that's available on your side, but you might try that.
This is Commissioner Ramon, and I would add Zoom has a feature where you can turn on and off non-video participants. So if you have that turned off, you might not see people that do not have their cameras on.
Thank you.
Okay, additional comments?
Yeah. Okay, so Tim is our next.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think I might be asking for a point of clarification. I understood
I'm
from past
sorry.
meeting.
Can you please just state your name, your full name, and then what your affiliation is, and then go into your comment, please?
Certainly, sorry. It's Tim Temish, plaintiff civil rights attorney, code user for 30 years, CODAP. I understood from past meetings that two of the items that were in heavy contention were labeled items 15 and 16. Perhaps that's changed. Maybe there's more items on the agenda and they've moved up to 22 and 23. But the two items that we understood were being reserved for Thursday were the all gender urinal compartment and the landing at the transfer shower. If somebody could clarify that because that's when I think a lot of people are showing up on Thursday to talk about, and if they need to stick around the next 2 days and wait for those two items, I think they need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And yes, I believe those proposals are contained within agenda items 23 and 24, and possibly just 24. I'm not sure about that, but those are the two accessibility proposals put forth by HCD for residential and DSA for non-residential public accommodations. If the agencies are on hand to clarify that, but just to clarify your question, those are agenda items 23 and 24 on this meeting's agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michelle, go ahead, please.
Your
Oh.
audio's not working.
Eric and Michelle, I think your audio might need to be switched. We can't hear you.
Can you hear us now?
There we go. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. My apologies. This is Eric Draper, Principal Architect with TSA, and to my left is Michelle Davis, Supervising Architect with TSA. I believe what Mr. Timish is referring to is our grouped items 15 and 16, which would be in agenda item number 25, I believe it is.
In agenda item, I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
It's okay. Agenda item number 25 would contain grouped items 15 and 16.
I think that's agenda item 24.
Oh, my apologies. Boy, we are stumbling this Tuesday morning. Yes. Agenda
Okay.
item 24 would contain grouped items 15 and 16, among others.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments, please.
Yes. So Richard?
Thank you. I just quickly, those of us watching you cannot adjust the Zoom operation. It has to be done by Building Standards Commission staff that set up the Zoom. We don't have the ability of clicking on anything to show the list of participants. That's all controlled by whoever set up the Zoom call, a Zoom program for today. So I would also ask that today, if it's possible, and future meetings, the Zoom should show, and it has the capability of showing the list of people who are sitting and listening, but are on Zoom. It will also allow those of us that participate and you to know who everybody is. And I think that would make it a much more open and public meeting. So I would ask for that. If you can't do it today, if you could start tomorrow and then on Thursday for us, that would be great. Thank you very much.
We will look into that. Thank you so much.
Oh, this is Commissioner Sasaki. So I don't know if my Zoom is set up differently, but at the bottom of my screen, I can hover my cursor over it and it says 67 participants. And when I click that, I see a full list of names and people who are on the Zoom call. And I don't know if that's just my computer or if that's standard, but that's what I'm seeing.
There's a different view for commissioners and presenting state agencies than there is for anyone that's come in through the public participation link. It's going to be a different view.
So we will look at adjusting that for tomorrow. And I don't know if we're taking a lunch break or not, but we can look at it at a lunch break as well. Technology, love it and hate it. My apologies. Thank you for your grace and patience as we try to figure this out to make sure that everybody can fully participate. Do we have any additional comments?
Connie, your hand's up again.
Thank you, Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. I just agree with Richard Scaff. I don't see any controls that I can set so that I can see participants. I was able to move over the closed captioning off of the person that they were being covered up. So thank you for that. So I would ask that you try to reset the controls so we are able to see the participants and also just make it more accessible for us to also communicate staff if there's a problem that we're having and watching and participating in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
So as far as hands up, that's the last of the hands raised. I'm gonna enable our public participants to speak. If you have any comments, now is the time for any phone participants. Any comments from the phone? Okay. I hear no comments from the phone. That would be the last of public comment for that.
Thank you
All
both.
right. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Day?
So while the commission is taking the request for a public accommodation, we actually received a second request from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And it's somewhat contingent on the first, because the HCD and DSA accessibility provisions, agenda items 23 and 24 have been reserved to the beginning of day 3, Thursday morning. HCD is also requesting that they only have one other rulemaking on the agenda, which is agenda item 22, their building code provision, also be reserved for discussion at the beginning of day 3, Thursday morning. Can a representative from HCD please raise their hand to confirm this request? I see Jenna Klein.
Yes, I confirm the request.
Okay. Thank you, Jenna. So I'll turn it over to the commission. This would be a request for the commission to reserve discussion and action on agenda item 24 to be taken out of order. I'm sorry, 22, thank you. To be taken out of order and to also be heard at the beginning of day 3.
Commissioner Sasaki, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, I think that would allow HCD to essentially just join us on Thursday. Is that right?
Correct.
That seems amenable to me.
Great. And then Thursday, the way that we'll take up the items then will be item number 24 at 9 o'clock or immediately after convening. So then we'll take up item 24, then 23, and then 22. So that we can take care of the state architect. They only have one item, but we'll do them first, and then they can leave if they so choose. And then we'll take up the 2 items for HCD. The first one that the disability access community is asking us to move. And then the second item will be the second item that HCD is asking to have moved. Just for clarity on how we'll conduct on Friday. Or Thursday. Oh, Lord. Okay, any other additional comments from the public on agenda item number 3? Seeing or hearing none, we're going to move. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, and I look forward to having the further discussion on those items in the next day, in the next couple of days. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 4, which is the executive director's report. The deputy executive director and acting executive director, Mr. Day, provide us an overview on commission business, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello again, everyone. I wanted to provide a brief summary on the activities that have transpired during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. For the last 6 months, CBSC staff have been administering 30 rulemakings from the state agencies that have authority to propose or adopt building standards. The agencies held workshops from late spring to early fall 2022, followed by 5 Code Advisory Committee meetings. The Code Advisory Committee, or CAC, recommendations can be found in the Commission Action Matrices, which are posted online and in your agenda binders. Public comment periods were conducted in spring 2023, and the final rulemaking documents were submitted to staff, many of which are before you today. Today, you are asked to take action on 18 of the 30 code packages. In August, we'll meet again for 3 days to take action on the remaining code packages. CBSC staff's work isn't complete. After filing all the final express terms with the Secretary of State, we'll work with various publishers to get this intervening code supplement to the 2022 edition of Title 24, published by January 1st, 2024. This accomplishment is done with the cooperation and collaboration with all the state agencies you will hear from today and in August. And I extend my sincere gratitude to the CBSC staff and all the state agency participants and leaders for their dedication and professionalism to get to this phase of the process. Additionally, I would like to thank the 50+ Code Advisory Committee members that met virtually early this year during the 5 CAC meetings to provide technical feedback and recommendations on all the code changes presented to the Commission today and in August. We appreciate the dedication of our CAC membership, many of whom have participated in our process for several years. I wanted to take a moment to thank Jay Wiesent, who has participated in some capacity since 1991 and indicated earlier this year that this would likely be his last code cycle on our CAC. We appreciate his and all our CAC members' contribution to our process and encourage them to monitor for our solicitation later this year to reconstitute the Code Advisory Committees for the 2024 triennial code cycle. I would also like to provide a CBSC personnel update. The executive director of CBSC stepped down on May 14th, 2023 to take another position, which created a vacancy. During the May 5th, 2023 special meeting, the commission took action to recommend hiring former CBSC executive director, Jim McGowan, who is with us today, as a retired annuitant interim executive director. However, it recently came to CBSC's attention that a retired annuitant may not serve in an appointed position, but may serve in a different capacity. Jim has graciously agreed to be hired as a retired annuitant special consultant at CBSC. In this capacity, Jim will still be available to advise both the commission and CBSC staff over the next several months to ensure the 2022 intervening rulemakings are a success. Jim will also be assisting DGS Deputy Director Brent Jameson, also with us today, and the commission with the recruitment and hiring of the next CBSC Executive Director. And this concludes my executive report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
This item is open for commission discussion. Any comments from the commissioners? Hearing and seeing none. I'm going to proceed then to public comment. I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 4 to put yourself in queue now by raising your hand feature in Zoom, or to listen for the request for the phone line upon conclusion of the Zoom questions. Please remember to identify yourself. Please clearly state your name and who you represent. Ms. Trusley, do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to make a comment?
Richard Scaff.
Mr. Scaff, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. Just two things. I also want to thank Mr. Wiesnott for the many years of his work as a building official, and his very thoughtful work as a commissioner. He has listened to us and been open to issues that we've raised. And when I say we, it's the disability community in California. Jay has been a very special person, and I want him to know how much I appreciate what he's done to serve us, well, and the rest of the California population in his work over all the years. I'm also wanting to say, Mr. Day, I look forward to working with you when you get the permanent position, maybe, as director. And I am really pleased to see that Jim is back as a new hire retiree. He also has been a very positive soul at the Building Standards Commission, and has always taken extra care in interacting with the disability community representatives. And I have always appreciated his efforts in that area. So thanks to both, actually, thanks to, yes, both of you. And I look forward to a long relationship with all the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words to all of the staff. Thank you. Additional comments or questions?
That's the last hand up. There is one phone participant. If they have any comments, now's the time. The phone participant number ends 7933. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, this is Bob Raymer, and I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. That's all of our public comment. Oh,
Great.
Oh, I like that. Connie.
I just want to say thank you also to the commission and to Dave Gowan and for your accommodations. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
That is all of the public comment.
Thank you for your public comments. This concludes the public comment portion of this item. There are no actions for the commission for this item, but I would like to now move our attention to item 5, which is broken down into 3 separate items. So 5A, B, and C. So the first item is agenda item 5A. These are the meeting minutes from April 7th, 2022. We've seen this item a couple of times before on our agenda, but we haven't had all of the full complement of our board members before. So they are the minutes from April 7th, 2022. I will entertain a motion that the minutes be adopted.
This is Commissioner Rambin. Just one point of clarification. I was not virtual at that meeting. I was attending in person. So that's just one point of clarification there.
Okay, so we can amend the meetings, the minutes to reflect that with that one.
And I would move to approve with that amendment. Thanks.
Okay,
Commissioner Sasaki seconds.
we have a motion and a second. We have that the minutes be accepted with the amendment stating that Commissioner Rambin was in person. Do we have any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Maeda, can you please conduct a roll call?
Excuse me, Commissioner Haskin looked like he was trying to talk.
Yeah, am I not, hopefully I'm
There we
coming.
go. Sorry, we hear you now. My apologies.
Just one point of clarification. Do we need to vote on each of these minutes one point at a time, or can we take all three of them at once? So I would not be opposed to accepting them all at once if somebody else has any amendments to add to them, rather than running 3 roll calls.
Do we have a preference? I think that there was just different people in attendance at the meetings.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
That was why I think they were taken separately, but
It is.
okay, so we're gonna take them in 3 separate motions just because they have been carryover items for a couple of meetings, just for clarity, and we'll just get through them. Okay, so Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll on the meeting minutes for April 7th, 2022, item 5A?
Yes. Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
I'm going to abstain and as I was not present at this meeting.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Thank you.
And the vote carries
9.
10 ayes and 1 abstention. Did I count that right,
No,
Ms. Maeda?
9
Sorry.
in favor, 1 abstention.
9 and 1, the motion is carried. Thank you. Moving to October 20th, 2022. Commissioners, do you have any comments regarding the October 20th, 2022 meeting minutes? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the October 20th, 2022 meeting minutes.
Commissioner Mattel, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus-Brickner, second.
It has been moved and seconded that the October 20th, 2022 meeting minutes be accepted. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Abstain.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner.
Aye.
8 in favor, 2 abstain.
So the motion passes, the minutes are adopted on an 8-0 vote with 2 abstentions. Moving on to item number 5C. which is the meeting minutes from January 19th, 2023. Do we have any comments regarding these meeting minutes? Okay, I will entertain a motion on the January 19th, 2023 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Allegri seconds.
It has been moved and seconded that the January 19th, 2023 meeting minutes be accepted. Is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rambin,
Abstain.
Commissioner Allegri,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Abstain.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Abstain.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
and Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
7 in favor, 3 abstain.
The minutes are adopted on a 7-0 vote with 3 abstentions. Thank you so much. That concludes agenda item number 5. So moving on to agenda item number 6, which is commission activities. The first item I would like to take up is just really a moment for us to honor and appreciate Miss Mia Maravelli for her years of service to the California Building Standards Commission. In 2012, she joined the Building Standards Commission as an associate architect, administering the processes related to the adoption, approval, and publication of the California Building Codes, including the development of non-residential green building standards. And prior to joining the California Building Standards Commission, she worked at the Department of Water Resources and the Department of General Services in the Real Estate Services Division. Ms. Maravelli is a licensed California architect, and on May 14th, 2023, she started a new position with another agency in their building standards unit. But on behalf of the commission, I have this really pretty, on this table, sorry that I can't reach. We have this lovely resolution or certificate of appreciation that we would like to present for Mia for all of your years of dedication and service to the California Building Standards Commission and the state of California. We wish you all the best in your new journey, and we will make sure that we get this to you in your new home. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
I would like to open it up to the other commissioners if they would like to add anything.
Commissioner Sasaki, look, Mia has done really a tremendous job. When she took over the executive director's position, it was an open, job search, and we selected Mia, based on her work in the past, and then she, I think, really exceeded our expectations about the duties, the things that she did that really advanced, the commission. And really, it was through her thoughtfulness, or her forward thinking, that, the commission is where we are today. So tremendous thanks to Mia and all the hard work and all the effort that she put in And we obviously are going to very much miss you, but we know you're around in Sacramento. So, and we wish you all the best, obviously, in your new position. And hopefully you'll have some more time to be on the river to go fly fishing, and maybe sometime I'll see you there. So thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I want to just echo that and say that, Mia, we really appreciate the tremendous hard work that you've done in coordinating the department, in giving the commissioners a good, solid footing each time, a meeting is coming around and really orienting us well. And personally, you've been a great resource for me as well, with your background and knowledge and insights into everything that makes the code process work. So very much appreciated, and good luck in your next step.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Patel. I echo the comments from both Kent and Eric. I still remember when we did the interviews for executive director, and you came in and you had all of these grand ideas about how to make the Building Standards Commission better. And we thought at the time, if you did half of what you said you were going to do, it'd be tremendous. And the fact is you've done all of it. And we can't thank you enough for all your hard work. We know the challenges that you've had in the job, and you've managed to overcome all of them and made the commission better. So thank you for that. And on a personal note, just your kindness and your patience in dealing with all the commissioners, and especially me, and explaining what's going on with the process and what's going on with the code packages, and trying to really get a lot of feedback from the commission on what makes our job easier. Thank you for all of that. And good luck in your next spot. I was hoping you'd move down to Southern California if you're going to make a change, but okay, I'll come see you in Sacramento instead. So thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. I echo everybody's sentiment, but also anytime I needed help, whatever time it was, and as most commissioners or people in the commission staff know, it's odd hours, Mia would always pick up the phone and give me concise and very clear answers to my questions. So thank you for that, Mia.
Commissioner Santillana, again, echo the thoughts, and thank you for being a resource to us as commissioners, for breaking things down in a way that helped me understand and learn this process. We will miss you tremendously, but you will help someone else, and I wish you well in your new opportunity, Mia. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockwell here. Can't say it any better than Commissioner Sasaki did. It's a pleasure working with you, Mia. You're a great asset to me to learn the system here. Best wishes to you in your new endeavors.
Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Alegre. I haven't had the pleasure of working with Mia all that long, but it's been enough years to know what a kind and resourceful and just an all-around good person that she is. And, really just for helping me get through and learn the process. So I do appreciate that. I wish you nothing but the best in your next chapter. So I'm sure at one point our paths will cross again. So good luck, best wishes. We'll miss you dearly.
Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Haskin. I've only worked with you for a little while. I really appreciate Mia's efforts, and I think need to be recognized her efforts to help the other agencies work together to be able to smooth the process out. So I hope we can continue to further that work. So thank you, Mia.
Agreed. Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Rambin, echoing all the comments, and really appreciate your efforts, Mia, and helping us particularly conduct a complicated public process during COVID and the intricacies of technology and trying to make it work for everybody, commissioners, staff, and the public, and all the other agencies. Thanks and good luck at your new position.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to proceed to any public comments we have on this agenda item 6A, honoring Ms. Maravelli's years of service.
Our first comment is going to be from Richard.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. Ms. Marvelli and I go back a long way, and I want to say there have been good times and difficult times, but I want to thank you, Ms. Marvelli, for listening to us. That has been probably one of the most important aspects of that position that you held. And it has been greatly appreciated, even to the point of having a private meeting to discuss disability rights issues. And I hope that that whole philosophy of board chairmanship will continue. And one other item was the support you gave us when we asked for and received, Commissioner Mickelton is there to prove it, the need to have commission members with disabilities to represent our issues, and you supported that. So thank you, and I wish you well in your new position, whatever that is, and I hope you'll let us know so we can say hi from time to time. And I hope you can, if it's appropriate, support the ideas of inclusion in whatever you do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scaff.
Next comment is from Bob Raymer.
Thank you. And this is Bob Raymer with the Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And Mia, we are so much going to miss you in the years ahead. Wish you the best in your future endeavors. But I'd like to say that one of Mia's key things that she sort of helped out with over the years was forging a consensus on some pretty tough issues. And that basically, brings us kind of together to where the full commission meetings run very smoothly. And that's an extremely professional thing to do. I know that she's burned the midnight oil many, many times going forward. So with that, Mia, gonna miss you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mike Melanowski on behalf of the American Institute of Architects, California. I'd like to thank Mia on behalf of our 11,000 members. As a fellow architect, we could not be more proud of what you've accomplished and your professionalism, dedication, and brilliant execution. I know that we'll continue to see incredible contributions from you for the citizens of California. And we're here to support you in whatever your future endeavors might be. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more hands raised and no phone participants.
Great, thank you for that. I would like to now pass this to agenda item 6. Sorry, I've lost count.
Is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mia, would you like to say? Just moving right over that.
And I know that the commission has quite a number of things on the agenda, so I'll keep this brief. But well, first of all, it has been an absolute honor and a privilege to serve California and the commission. 7 years is a long time, and it went by very fast, and that's because without your support and all the hard work that the state agencies do to conduct this building standards work, the stakeholders that we work with, the wonderful interested parties, the public, and then of course the committee members that devote their time and the commission that devote their time. I can't thank you enough. That would not be possible to do. And I am very flattered by the kind words. I get caught up in the day-to-day and don't realize some of the things that you all see go on, and I greatly appreciate that. I also very much want to, trying to hold it together. I very much want to thank my mentors, Jim McGowan being one of them, Bob Keefe, John Engstrom, several other folks I worked with at the Department of General Services that have been wonderful. And I absolutely could have not have done this and all the hard work without this wonderful team that is assembled over at the main office. So wonderful people. They're very dedicated to California. They're very, very dedicated to the Building Standards Commission. And we're very fortunate to have state employees that are this committed. So thank you again for the kind words. I think a roast would have been easier for me to sit through. But thank you again.
This is Commissioner Klaus Berkner. How's this for a roast? Your desk is a lot cleaner and there's a upside down lunch sign behind you. So life is looking more relaxed.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll have to turn it to fishing.
Thank you again for your years of service to us here at the Building Standards Commission, but also your continued service to the people of the great state of California. And we do wish you very well in your next endeavor. So thank you again. With that, I would like to pass the mic back to Mr. Day for 6B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be honoring the service of a second CBSC member, Katrina Benny. Our office manager is retiring at the end of July 2023, and we are honoring her service today. Katrina has been supervising the administrative team since June 2009. She oversaw CBSC's budget, billing, human resources, the property lease, the SB 1473 fund, our education and outreach, all contracts, including the publication of Title 24. Basically, she ensured that the lights are on, the heat is on, the equipment is running, and kept us all going. She was the Oz behind the curtain here at CBSC. On a personal note, I'd like to thank Katrina for being such a great mentor and taking a chance on me. And on behalf of the CBSC team, we wanted to present you with a certificate of appreciation, which I'll show everyone here. So we will give this to you the next time we visit, which I hope will be sooner than later, Katrina. We can't thank you enough for all that you've done. You've taken such good care of us, and we wish you all the best in your very well-earned retirement. Thank you.
Congratulations. At this time, I would like to open it up to any comments that the commissioners might like to make.
This is Commissioner Patel. Katrina, it's been a joy. You are the Oz behind the curtain, but we all know how much work you really do. And we certainly appreciate everything you've done to help us do our jobs as well. So we wish you the best moving forward. Hope it's going to be an exciting chapter for you going forward. And thank you so much for everything you did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sasaki, look, Katrina, you are an unsung hero, right? You make things work, and we the commissioners don't know, except what we experience is that things run smoothly, right? And so, you know, kudos to you and all the hard work that you've done, because you've made our lives and those of folks in the state of California who are interested in this stuff and who participate that much easier. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other commissioners, otherwise we will go to the public comment. Great.
Mia has her hand up.
Miss Maravelli.
Hi, thank you again for the time. Katrina, well, Kevin said it all. I mean, I won't repeat all that, but we worked together for a long time, and Katrina took a chance on me too. And I really appreciate that, because I had no idea what an adventure we would have together. And you really have made that office feel like a family, and it's a small network of folks, and we care a lot about each other. And I think that flows into the work that we get accomplished. You were the leader there for that family unit, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate your friendship too.
Thank you. Thank you.
And good luck in your retirement.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any other public comments? Otherwise, I'm going to, now that we've got you choked up, Katrina, we're going to pass it to you in case you have anything you would like to say prior to your lovely retirement.
Yeah, we do have one hand up, but before
Yes,
that,
sorry.
Katrina, I
Yeah.
appreciate what you've done. You've been a wonderful supervisor. Katrina, when I interviewed here, is the reason I was like that place. Like there was just so much personality and so much fun just, in that short period of time. That's where I was gonna be because of Katrina. So I appreciate everything you've done for me in this office. And congratulations on the Grammy. Okay. Public comment, we have Connie.
Connie, go ahead.
Thank you. Connie Arnold, Disability Rights Advocate, 30+ years. I just want to thank both of you, Mia Marvelli and Katrina Benny, on behalf of the work you've done for the California Building Standards Commission from members of the disability community. And thank you for all of your hard work. And I wish you both well in all your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
See no other hands.
And no one on the phone lines?
And no phone.
All right. Ms. Benny, it's all you.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for all those wonderful thoughts and kind words. I will probably, tear up on this, as Mike Mia was saying too. But looking back, CBSC was my extended home and family for 14 years, which is more than half of my overall state career. And it truly was a family. I was hired to run the administration side of CBSC and to promote the education and outreach for Cal Green. And boy, did we, including the Cal Code quarterly newsletter and many other marketing firsts. It was exciting to see that all of that is coming full circle again. And I look forward to seeing the new marketing materials that will come out of it. And as Cal Green grows again, I can see that in the future for sure. And I just want to say I received one of the best compliments the other day from the new administration manager, Cynthia Biederman, who's a returning CBSC employee. I'm telling you, we just don't leave, CBSC. But she said that my admin team was really strong and worked so well together. And so I know I'm leaving CBSC in good hands as I start this new chapter of my life. And as of last Thursday morning, that chapter has grown a little bit, and we now have our first grandchild, and we're so excited to bring Liberty into this world. And so I'll probably be seeing a lot of her and not a lot of CBSC in the near future. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much for that. And congratulations on your retirement. And again, thank you for your many years of service to California and to this commission. So thank you. Now, I did want to note that we did want to take a break about every 90 minutes to give our interpreters our sign interpreters a break. So let's take, we don't say how long this is, 5 minutes? What do we usually do here?
We need 10 to 15.
We need, what do you want to do?
We need 10.
We're going to do a 10-minute break. So we're just going to mute our lines. Everybody can turn off their cameras and take a 10-minute break and be back here at 10:25 to start up again. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back, Zachary. All right, we're going to pick up where we left off with item number 7 on our agenda. The state adopting agency rulemakings for the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. We lost our interpreter.
Sorry, one moment. I'm gonna spotlight her.
Oh, we
Oh, Mona,
switched.
there we go.
Mona.
Switching now.
Sorry.
Better?
Should I start at the top again since I don't know that we saw you?
Oh, she's fine. You're okay.
We're okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The commission will take actions to approve, disapprove, or return for amendment with recommended changes based on the proceedings by which the Board of State and Community Corrections adopted the building standards for inclusion in the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. The commission will consider the state adopting the agency's written analysis justifying the approval pursuant to Health and Safety Code section 18930 and hear public comments. Upon approval, these building standards will be codified and published as supplements into the 2022 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. So item number 7, I am going to ask the representative from the Board of State and Community Corrections to please introduce themselves and provide an overview of item number 7, please.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners, Building Standards Commission staff, and members of the public. My name is Ginger Wolf. I am a regulations coordinator for the Board of State and Community Corrections. And I'm joined by my colleague today and fellow regulation coordinator, Lindsay Tu. The BSCC is an adopting agency that, among other things, is responsible for the promulgation of regulations that pertain to the operation, design, and construction of local detention facilities, which are more commonly referred to as jails. They're facilities that are owned and operated by city or county law enforcement agencies, such as police and sheriff's departments. Today, Lindsay and I are before you to request your approval of the Board of State and Community Corrections rulemaking based on the proceedings by which we have adopted our amendments. With your approval, our building standards will be codified and published into the 2022 California Building Standards Code. With that, I pass this over to my colleague Lindsay Tu, who will provide a brief overview of our rulemaking and some of the more substantive amendments our board has adopted. Thank you. Lindsay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay Tu, and I'm the other regulation revision rulemaking coordinator here at the BSCC. And I work with Ginger on the Title 24 local adult and juvenile detention regulation revision and rulemaking. And here we have today, as of today, we have received the State Fire Marshal approval on the 9-point criteria analysis, and the specific section that we're seeking CBSC approval today are as follows. California Administrative Regulation, Chapter 13, Article 1, Section 13-102, and the California Building Code, Title 24, Part 2, Section 1231, minimum standards for the adult local detention facilities.
Lindsay, real quick, sorry to interrupt, just maybe go a little bit slower if possible for the interpreters. Thank you.
My apology. I will go a little slower.
Thank you.
Do I need to repeat anything I just said earlier?
No, you can keep going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. So the agency, BSCC, has complied with the APA requirements and published a notice of proposed action and proposed changes for a 45-day public comment period from March 10th of this year, 2023, through April 24th, 2023. And then we have not received any public comments regarding the proposed changes. The Title 24 adult rulemaking file was then submitted to the California Building Standards Commission on May 11, 2023, and placed on today's meeting agenda for the final commission approval. A significant number of the proposed changes that were made were to better clarify and ensure consistency throughout the adult Title 24 regulations. And a lot of them were also made to ensure clarity in the language, specify requirement to remove any ambiguity in the language, and also ensure that these requirements can be more easily understood, and that the quality of safety of the incarcerated individual in the facility can be guaranteed. And some of the examples of the proposed changes that we made, including the terminologies and definition in Part 1 of Section 13-102, we've updated them and removed the outdated terms to stay relevant and current with industry best standards, best practices, and be consistent with the changes we also made in adult Title 15 regulations. And other changes, other proposed changes in Section 13-102 also include design-related requirements, such as spacing in the operational program statement and provision for facility to comply with the applicable disability laws, including Title II of the Americans with Disability Act. So all of these have been added as an effort to address the current lack of reference to state and federal laws for spaces for incarcerated persons with disabilities. Additional changes, proposed changes include, for example, requirements in Section 1231.2.16 related to commissary, which have been updated to better address when space used to better secure commissary items and how they should be provided. And in addition to that, one last example of proposed changes.
Ms. Stu, could you slow down, please? The captions can't keep up with you.
I'm so sorry about that. One last example of the additional proposed change is in Section 1231.3.5, which has been inserted to ensure that facility take into consideration the design criteria that the beds must not have perforations and are securely fastened to a wall with no space in between. These requirements in design criteria for beds are necessary for safety measures to prevent ligature-related suicides or self-harm by an incarcerated person in the local detention facilities. If there was anything that I was not able to clearly say, feel free to ask me again, and I will be very happy to repeat any of these examples in the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of item number 7. I'm going to open up conversation of this item to each of the commissioners, and I will call you each individually. So I'll for this item, I'd like to start with Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no comments at this time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kloss-Bruckner, please.
I had one quick question on terminology. I was wondering, you seem to use the word, you're replacing the word inmates with incarcerated persons and also incarcerated people. Was that done intentionally throughout this document? It seems to be used interchangeably. It seems to almost have been done intentionally, but I can't tell. It's a terminology change.
That is correct. We have updated the term inmates to incarcerated people or incarcerated person because the term inmate or inmates are outdated terms that appear more punitive in nature. So throughout the revision process, we have decided to adopt a better term, which is incarcerated person or people, to be more contemporary and to remove that punitive nature in the terminology. Thank you.
Quick question. The incarcerated person is there, I see it. But then for plural, you use incarcerated people and persons interchangeably. And I was just wondering if that was done intentionally. I mean, I apologize. I'm probably nitpicking you and I don't mean to. I just want to make sure that the terminologies stay consistent. It's not the end of the world, of course, but just wanted to make sure.
I understand. Yes, we do our best to remain consistent in the language we use throughout the regulations, and the terminology that you're seeing between incarcerated people and incarcerated person. Yes, they were done intentionally, and these were actually approved by our board during the regulation revision process, and having review up the chain from the management people and as well as our council. So these were done intentionally. Yes, thank you very much.
So if I just may add, what I was hearing was her question, the commissioner's question was incarcerated person being singular and incarcerated people being plural. You have used throughout the document incarcerated person and incarcerated persons. So you have used persons and people interchangeably, and that didn't sound like that was your intent from your explanation. I think I restated your question, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes.
I believe that was what was approved during the process, but I can definitely bring this back to our management for additional clarification if that works for you.
Works perfectly. I mean, this is not going to change the rules. It's not going to make a huge difference or any major impact. I just wanted to let you know, it sounded like in the same section, sometimes you use people and sometimes persons. So it did look like it was intentional. If you could get back to us, or the next cycle, if you could take a closer look at that, that would be great.
Definitely will do that. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to Commissioner Mickelton.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santillan. Did I say that right? Santillan. It's a yes. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the change in the name of the body. So it went from, and I just had it here, excuse, Correction Standards Authority. That changed to the Board of State and Community Corrections.
Yes, that is correct. We're now known as the Board of State and Community Corrections.
Okay.
CSA, which is California Standards Authority, is an older term, and that's what we're formerly known as.
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sasaki.
No comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Alegre.
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No comment.
Commissioner Haskin.
No comment.
And Commissioner Ramirez.
No comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take comments from the members of the public on item 7. At this time, I remind people who would like to speak on item 7 that are on the Zoom session to raise your hand. And if you're listening on the phone, we will come next to you. Please, when called upon, identify yourself, clearly stating your first and last name and who you represent. Ms. Tressley?
Yes, we have a comment from Richard Scaff.
Mr. Scaff, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Richard Scaff, Executive Director, Designing Accessible Communities. I only have one question, and that is, this is a whole new area that the disability community has not been part of the discussion, at least as far as I know. And I take responsibility that I failed to notice this item in the CBSC agenda and review what was being proposed. I would strongly ask the commission that direct the code writing agencies. I mean, we're already working with DSA, H&CD, and most of the other code writing agencies, but we have not met, that I know of, with this agency. And I'm concerned that they're coming before you with an accessibility related issue without any discussion that I'm aware of, at least, and please correct me if I'm wrong, with the disability community. Thank you.
Would a representative from BSCC like to respond?
Yes, and in response to Mr. Scaff's question, that proposed change was one of the examples of a number of proposed changes that I have brought up. So when we mentioned the Americans with Disabilities Act, that was one of the reference what we'll put in there in, I believe, I think it's design requirement, section 6, subsection 9C. Basically, we put the language in there to ensure that the facility shall comply with applicable federal and state disability law and regulation, including Title II of the American with Disabilities Act and the 2010 ADA standards. So we actually did not implement any regulation or any proposed changes with regards to the actual disability requirements itself. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but if you look at the documents that are posted online, that is the only example that has to do with the ADA standards in subsection 6, 9C. Thank you.
Speak again.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. I also just wanted to point out that during our regulation revision process, we employed both an executive steering committee and a work group that was specific to our Title 24 regulations. And on that work group, we did have a disability rights attorney as a member and representative.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Mr. Scaff, I think I heard your voice. You had another follow-up.
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Excuse me. I am concerned. Having an attorney representing people with disabilities isn't quite the same thing. I would suggest that what all the code writing agencies should have, I would prefer an advisory committee that is made up of people with disabilities, different types of disabling conditions. DSA has done something slightly different in having an accessibility advisory group, but they call it a different name. But there needs to be an ongoing, and especially for jails, this is extremely important. I dealt with jails in San Francisco, and until I was dealing with jails, nobody else was. There needs to be a regular and consistent representation from the disability community giving input to your organization, the BSCC, both on items that the organization is proposing and on items that the advisory group would bring forward. That is absolutely necessary for a state agency like yours. So I would ask the commission chair to have staff look into this and see what can be done to assure that all the code writing agencies have that kind of ongoing participation from representatives of the disability community. And it's not to beat anybody up. I'm not here to castigate anybody, but it's important to actually hear from people. And that is people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And
just a quick point of order. This is Viana Barbu. I'm Department of General Services, Legal and Counsel to the Commission. I just wanted to clarify that BSCC is a self-approving agency, and I believe they have different authority than some of the agencies that come before the Commission that come for approval from scratch. They actually carry out their own process and they have their own self-approving authority. They only come before the Commission for approval for publication purposes only. So in that respect, the Building Standards Commission does not have the same type of involvement or authority or jurisdiction over these types of regulations. So in that respect, I would direct any public commenters or any concerns directly to BSCC as opposed to BSC. Just wanted to clarify. And Kevin, if I kind of misstated any of that, I know you're more familiar with that process. Thank you.
No, thank you, Biana. That was exactly where I was going to explain. So thank you for clarifying that. And that being said, to Mr. Scaff and other members, I would encourage you to reach out directly to Lindsay and Ginger at the Board of State and Community Corrections. And I can help connect you with them after this meeting so that you can be more involved in their code adoption process. Perhaps get added to their mailing list so that you can be notified of their rulemakings, kind of like Lindsay and Ginger explained going forward. Be happy to help with that, to make that connection.
thank you, Mr. Day. Are there other individuals who'd like to make public comment on this item? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so next is Connie Arnold. And just a reminder to speak slowly, please. Our captioner and ASL did an amazing job on those last two comments, but don't look rough.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold.
Thank you. Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30 plus years. And I heard what the legal representative of the California Building Standards Commission has stated as the BSCC being a self-operating organization. I would like to reiterate and just support the comments of Richard Scaff. And his name continues to be misspelled in the closed captioning. It's SKAFF for Richard Scaff. And I would hope that you would involve stakeholders with disabilities before you adopt such changes. And one attorney as being representative, while it's great that you did that, I think you need to hear from stakeholders with disabilities, and that's a wide-ranging population of people with disabilities, from people who are blind or low vision, or people who are deaf or hard of hearing, people with mobility disabilities, some ambulatory and some not, and wheelchair users who are impacted by the juvenile by the correctional system. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on Zoom or on the phone lines?
There are no other hands raised and there are currently no phone participants.
Great, thank you so much for those that provided comments. I'm now going to turn to the CBSC staff to see if we have received any written comments prior to today's meeting.
None received, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So this concludes the public comment portion of this item. I will turn item 7 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Board of State and Community Corrections rulemaking, BSCC 0122, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, and the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki, Kevin, can you just explain again the difference between BSSC, which is an approving agency, versus a proposing agency, and more importantly, what the commission's duty is in approving or not approving this set of regulations? I mean, my understanding is that the commission's duty really is to approve based on our understanding that this agency this agency followed the procedures correctly, not necessarily what the contents of the changes are. So if you could confirm or clarify that, and that will, I think, help us as commissioners, but more importantly, also help the public, including the commenters, understand what our vote means or doesn't mean.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Sasaki. And you are correct. Consistent with what our legal counsel, Viana Barbu, stated, the Board of State and Community Corrections is what's called an adopting agency, which means that they run their own rulemaking process. They run their own workshops, public comment periods, and their board adopts their Title 24 building standards. They then bring those adopted building standards to the Building Standards Commission to approve their process and ensure that they met the intent of the Administrative Procedure Act and compliance with building standards law. That is the CBSC staff's process to review and the commission's to approve, so that we can then move to publish their standards in Title 24. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
So with that, I am looking for a motion to adoption of these amendments.
Commissioner Santillan, I make a motion to accept or to adopt as presented.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Brickner, second.
It is moved and seconded that do I need to restate it exactly like that again? I can skip. Okay. That the Board of State and Community Corrections rulemaking amendments proposed to us today will be adopted. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
I just have one short comment. It's not going to change my opinion on this, but the language in one of the sections becomes a little bit awkward, and I would recommend that the BSCC revisit that at a later date. That's under section 1231.2.14, where they removed the phrase "both female and male inmates" at the end of the sentence. It now states all incarcerated people, but not in the living area of either. And either is no longer applicable. So it's a minor comment. To me, it doesn't make a difference on the adoption or acceptance. So
Thank you, and the building, or not the building, the Board of State and Community Corrections rulemaking folks are still on the line, so hopefully they can take that and clean it up in the next round. Okay, so if there are no additional comments, I am going to ask Ms. Maeda to conduct a roll call. Again, indicate aye, no, or abstaining. Ms. Maeda?
Yeah. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion is adopted 10-7. The motion carries. Thank you. Or 10-0. Excuse me. I don't know where I got that. Just making stuff up. Sorry. Now we're going to move to agenda items. And also, I think that was the only item that the building or the correctional folks had. So thank you so much for your participation today. We're going to now move to agenda items 8 through 24. And as noted, the last items 22, 23, and 24 will definitely be taken up on that Thursday. But we will be looking at taking actions to approve, disapprove, return for further study, or approve with amendments to the proposed code changes to various parts contained in the California Building Standards Code, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. The Building Standards Commission action will be guided by the 9-point criteria established in Health and Safety Code section 18930. The CBSC will consider each agency's proposed building standards and its justifications, Code Advisory Committee recommendations, comments submitted during the public comment period or periods, and oral or written comments received at this meeting. The public may comment on any Code Advisory Committee recommendations or challenges to the proposals submitted during the comment periods. No new issues or new information challenging the proposed changes may be presented to CBSC in the adoption of the proposed regulations. So, having said that, we're agenda item number 8 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. And I'm going to ask the representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal to please introduce yourself or yourselves, I believe there's 2 of you, to provide an overview of item 8, which is before the commission.
All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. I'm Daniel Berlant, California's acting state fire marshal. I'm honored to be with you this morning. I'm going to provide a quick overview of our proposals, and then staff will be able to dive into each of the items. And if you thought Lindsay talked fast, I will do my best to slow it down this morning, and I appreciate our interpreters' hard work in doing that. But we are here this morning to present to you proposed regulations that will amend parts 1, 2, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 10 of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. Now, the changes are going to do the following 6 things. First, they will make available the work area method in the California existing building code part 10 to address California's housing crisis. The adoption of chapters 6 through 11, as well as printing chapter 13, will give designers, architects, and building owners opportunities to utilize California's existing building stock for desired housing. A petition from the American Institute of Architects was the catalyst for the state agencies to evaluate this proposal. In doing so, our office took the lead to accomplish the proposal that you see in front of you today. Next, we will bring to you the use of A2L low flammable refrigerants available for residential occupancies. The need for this early adoption from the 2024 International Fire Code and the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code will assist in the state meeting its global warming potential indexes. These proposals have been widely vetted through national consensus processes, as well as through our own SFM work group. Third, these changes will update Title 24 with changes to the 2024 International Code published by the International Code Council, as well as the National Fire Protection Association and other relevant industry standards, all that make California's building code consistent with the advances in technology, as well as California's growing needs for energy, housing, and environmental goals. Fourth, our proposals make clear the special relationship between our office and the University of California, who are parties to a memorandum of understanding through which SFM has delegated some of our authority to enforce building standards, as well as fire and panic safety regulations. Next, we clarify specific state occupied occupancies in accordance with the mandate of SB 85 of 2019. And then lastly, we make other non-substantive changes to Title 24 to bring clarity and consistency with other statutes and regulations. Before I hand it off to our team, it's really important to note that we develop these regulations. As we are developing these regulations, the CAL FIRE Office of State Fire Marshal collaborates with our stakeholders, with experts, and with public entities. This ranges from fire officials to building officials to representatives from our California building industry, and really everyone in between. I have to stress, it is our mission in the pre-rulemaking activities to involve early our stakeholders in the decision-making process to seek their input, their interest, their concerns, and their expertise. Clear communication with our stakeholders is accomplished through an open invitation workgroup meeting, which is available through online platforms as well as phone-in options. Our meetings are posted on our website. We send them out to our subscriber mailing list that has thousands of interested parties. We communicate with various stakeholder monthly meetings and events. And so we work very hard to ensure that our process is collaborated. Our finalized recommendations are done through consensus and compromise. It is our commitment to continue to maintain ongoing engagement, which includes monitoring and evaluating stakeholder satisfaction once these proposals are approved by you. So we kindly this morning seek your approval for the SFM 2022 intervening cone cycle proposed amendments. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it over to our co-development supervisor, Crystal Sujeski, who along with, we have a couple other of our chiefs within our office. We will be happy to answer all of your questions. So if there are no questions, I'll turn it to Crystal.
Chief. So I'll start out, we kind of did an overview of items 8 through 12. And item 8 in particularly is the part 1, where Chief Verlan explained the items in part 1 are to really make clear that understanding of the memorandum between SFM and the UC. The last item, item 1-5, is about the specified state occupied buildings. And we cleaned up the language. There were a few items in the laundry list that were not needed any longer. So we asked for your approval of part 1, item agenda item 8.
Great, thank you for that. So just again, for the benefit of folks, we did have a broader overview of items 8 through 12. We're going to take them individually. So we are starting with item number 8. Again, thank you for that overview. I'd like to open it to the commissioners now for discussion. And I'm going to again call you by name. So I'd like to start with Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, please.
No comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santion,
No questions or comments, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Allegri,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Haskin,
No, I have nothing at this time.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Chief Berlance, for the overview, and I have no questions.
Great. We will now take comments from the members of the public on item number 8. Again, if you are a member of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand to enter the queue. And for folks online, listen for the queue to be called upon. At this time, Ms. Trusley.
So we have Richard.
Thank you. I apologize, and I ahead of what I'm going to say, because it is off subject just for a second, and I apologize for that. But it's important by having the chief here. It's important that he hear. I have a concern on 2 levels. I don't believe CAL FIRE has an ongoing. This goes the same comments I made earlier. CAL FIRE doesn't have an ongoing advisory committee made up of people with disabilities that would be able to provide input on either proposed code additions, changes by CAL FIRE, or proposed code changes addition by the disability community. An example of that is years ago when Kate Dargan was the state fire marshal, I was appointed as co-chair of the Title 19 evacuation committee. We've never finished our work. I've asked on multiple occasions as management of CAL FIRE has changed to have that group reinstated, but it hasn't happened. So when we are told by the chief that they are making every effort to get input from all affected parties, I can't agree with that. And I would ask that he make a specific effort to assure that there is more inclusion by inviting a group of people with disabilities to participate, similar to what DSA has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
There's no other hands raised and there are currently no phone participants. Oh, I like, Connie.
Sorry, I'm not quick. This is Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. And I would like to concur with what Mr. Scaff has stated and also ask that CAL FIRE get in touch with Disability Rights California and others in the disability community to try to address these issues from a stakeholder perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No other hands and no phone.
At this time, I'd like to ask Building Standards Commission staff if there were any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting.
None on this item, Madam Chair.
Excellent. This concludes the public comment portion. And I will turn the agenda item number 8 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal's rulemaking proposed adoption of amendments to 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Again, those items just specifically specified in agenda items.
Commissioner Sasaki move to approve.
Commissioner Glassbergner, second.
Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none. Ms. Maida, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I'd like to move us to the second State Fire Marshal agenda item, which is agenda item number 9. It is the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. Will the representative of the Office of the State Fire Marshal please introduce themselves and provide an overview of item number 9, please?
This is Crystal Sujeski, Supervising Deputy of Code Development and Analysis from the CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal. I'd like to ask the chair, would you like me to go through the item numbers on a certain matrix or do chapter by chapter? Or would you like me to group items?
Ask staff, how do we generally cover them?
Crystal, did you want to do just an overview of 2.5, just kind of a general, through the chapters, or that might be easiest, and then if the commissioners have questions on the individual sections, we can address them in that way. Would that be okay?
That's fine. Yes, I will proceed in that way. Thank you. So part 2, I'll go through by chapters. Chapter 1 is very similar to what you just approved in the part 1 administrative code, agenda item 8. This is making clear the understanding between the relationship of SFM and the UC system. Chapter 2, we had a couple proposals that were in joint collaboration with OSHPD or HCI to remove the reference to occupancy class I 2.1 and move forward with model code language for ambulatory care facilities. The reason for this proposal is that HCI or OSHPD had worked on a national level with the ICC Healthcare Facilities Code Advisory Committee and aligned the California amendments with the model code language. So at this time, the model code language has caught up with the standards that we have in California. So the reference is no longer needed. In chapter 2, flammable gas, to amend the definition, this brings in the ability for the A2Ls to meet our global warming potential goals in California. This was approved at the 2024 ICC code hearings for the building and fire code. Chapter 3, again, we have that same thread of proposals to amend and remove the reference to I 2.1 as well as the tables for high hazard group H2 and 3, which allow for those A2L or flammable gases. We have some errata with non-substantial changes. Hopefully will be corrected in that were a printing error in the first printing. So chapter 4 is where you're going to see a bulk of the deletion of the I 2.1. Another amendment that we collaborated with HCI on is the exit access through care suites. In chapter 5, we have the deletion of the I 2.1 in the tables. We have some errata. And then we have a correction, or for the area limitation, this was collaborated with DSA for an exception for Group E laboratories. It was never the intent to limit the amount of laboratories in a Group E that are not classified as H. Chapter 7, we have the deletion of the I 2.1. Moving into 7A, chapter 7A is our wildland urban interface chapter. We did some cleanup on the definition of the wildland urban interface areas. We coordinated with 7A and chapter 15 for roofing provisions. Just so you know, that was further study. We addressed that further study issue before it went out for the initial public comment period, which was, I believe it was April 7th through May 22nd. So those exceptions were placed back in, and it remains a path of compliance for Class A roof in Chapter 15. So 7A, Section 707A.5 through 707A.8. We are deleting the exception for fascia and architectural trims. Through data collection and boots on the ground, the potential for fire spread to buildings and structures with the exposed to wildland embers, these trims and fascia have become a hazard. So we are deleting the exception for them to be fire resistant material. A new one is 711A. This is born out of the Health and Safety Code, section 51179, which mandates the Office of the State Fire Marshal to adopt a model ordinance for very high fire severity zone adoption. So you'll see that also in part 9. We've printed it in 7A, chapter 49 of the fire code, and then reprinted in the residential code. Chapter 8, again, is the deletion of I 2.1. Chapter 9, we corrected an error in the language of 903.2.1.2, 903.2.1.3, 903.2.3, and 903.2.7 to make clear that the language should say not less than 4-hour fire resistant rating. There were some more errata changes. We did a coordination with group I2 occupancies for quick response sprinklers. In 907.3.3.1, this was an elevator emergency operation, made clear hoistway fire detection is for the activation of the recall. And then in 907.5.2.3.1, public use areas and common use areas, the list was to make more specific some areas that were in question for when strobes are needed. In table 911.1, we amended the footnote to allow for those flammable gases. That's the A2L. Moving into chapter 10, we had a lot of deletion for the I2.1. Section 1010.2.4, locks and latches. I1 was replaced with an R2.1. In California, the I1 in model code is replaced with R2.1. We had some erratas. And then 1010.2.13.1, delayed egress locking, was to delete the model code language and add a pointer to the existing requirements for fire sprinklers and fire detection in I2 occupancies with delayed egress installed. Chapter 15 was the correlation between 15 and Chapter 7A for wildland areas. And then Chapter 35 are reference standards. We've updated the latest editions of ASTM E108, the addition of NFPA 24 and 409 to the latest edition, and adopt the latest edition of UL 790. That's my presentation, so I ask for the commissioner's approval. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you. Sorry for that. I appreciate the presentation. I'd like to open item number 9 back to the commission for discussion. And I will start with Commissioner Mickelton, please.
Thank you. No questions at this time. Thank you for the clear presentation. That was helpful.
Commissioner Santiago.
I have no comment. Thank you. Very good presentation.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Yes, just hey, great job on chapter 7A, all that wildland fire stuff. It's pretty obvious we need to make our buildings and structures much more resilient to wildfire. So anyway, kudos to you guys for making those changes because that's going to help to that end. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Alegre.
Yes, kudos to CAL FIRE for the research and the thorough presentation. So I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions at this time. Thanks.
Commissioner Rambit.
No comments, thanks.
You. Commissioner Haskin.
I'm still admittedly a little new here, so I noted that there was one item 13, that was noted as withdrawn. I wanted to verify if that's already been withdrawn or if that's something that's still being reviewed. And then the other question is item 7. There was one 7-2, which had been noted for further study and had a comment, and I wasn't able to find if there was any response to that comment. If somebody can enlighten me, I would appreciate that.
Do you want to take that, or do you want the fire marshal to say? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Did you want me to answer first or?
Yes, please.
After?
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, the withdrawn item is still withdrawn. And our response back to you said 7-2, right? And that was the term fire resistant. And the commenter was saying that that is typically for wood shingles.
It was fire
Like
retardant.
oh, fire retardant.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So like what was explained in the opening proceedings is we typically will do changes in a work group setting and get a consensus. At this time, that is existing language. We did not propose any changes. So the Wildland Urban Interface Work Group is an existing and continues to be a very attended work group. We will be kicking off the 2024 triennial, and we will address that in the consensus forum in the next rulemaking cycle.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further comments on this. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel.
No, thanks for the presentation, Crystal. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And then Commissioner Sprockner, please.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you, Crystal. That was a beautiful presentation, and thank you for bringing the flammable gases up to present day GHS, following GHS systems so that it's easier for people to follow. The questions I have for you, Crystal, are one of them is section 9, it's item 9-6, section 907.2.9.3. And I think this might be a major change from what I can tell. And the major change is deleting the exception to item 3. As far as not still requiring basically smoke detection in R2 occupancies when there's direct access to the outside. Could you please clarify as to why this decision was made and what was the reasoning?
Absolutely. So this came out of the California State Fire Marshal Advisory Committee. There was a need to make those smoke detectors, not smoke alarms, especially in the colleges. We wanted to have them interconnected with the fire alarm control unit. And the deletion of exception 3 was recommended because the last paragraph addresses it already. So I can read you the eyesore on what we came up with, and I'm not sure if Chief Anderson is on the line. He might be able to elaborate more of what the discussion was in the advisory committee. Chief Anderson, are you available to?
And you can look up the eyesore on that one, but this was a specific change that is not for all R2s. This is very specific to universities. So when we're talking about college dorms and the number of fires that we've had in college dorms and the issues that we've had, it was the intent to change the requirement for dorm situations, which is where we get R2s at universities. Hopefully that answers your question.
So to a follow-up question, so there you guys saw a life safety issue with rooms that even have direct access to the outside.
Correct.
It's a life safety issue. Thank you for that. My second question is related to 9-9, which is 907.5.2.3.1. And I'm going to it myself. I apologize. Okay. So there seems to be these common use areas where you guys are requiring visible notification. And the impression I have, and I'm by no means an expert in this area of fire protection, but it seems to me that the majority of these rooms are rooms that where it's public use or where occupants may not be too familiar with the particular area they're in. And then yet you have items 12 and 14 added, which is a shared office of 2 or more people or a normally occupied storage room, which doesn't appear to be, to me, as public. It doesn't seem to be used as a public use area where people are not familiar with the area or space. Can you please expand on that and the justification for those 2 items?
So this is Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal again. This public use areas and common use areas, I'll tell you a little bit of back history. DSA had their own definition. There was a separate definition for this section, 907, for the strobes. And when the definitions got moved all from the chapters into chapter 2, there was a disconnect or confusion in the industry. And so this was brought to the State Fire Marshal's Fire Alarm Advisory Committee. It's come up in many code interpretation requests, and it's being applied differently throughout the state. So this was the attempt to make it more clear that when you have a shared office of 2 or more persons, that's where it would be. Normally occupied storage room or area, if a place had a desk, the intent was never to have it be a janitor's closet or a storage closet, where that was being misapplied in certain jurisdictions in California. And so, again, the laundry list in the original proposal could go on and on and on, but these were the items that were agreed upon, compromised with, and also discussed at the Code Advisory Committee. So I hope that helps explain.
It does. It just would have not occurred to me that an office of 2 or more persons would be used as a common use area. But if there's a lot of misunderstandings in that regard, I can, I guess, understand that. Thank you for your clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yeah, if I can tag on to that one, I'm just curious then, in the case, especially specifically with shared offices of 2 or more persons, if they are required to have visible alarms, are they required to be in the room that they are in or visible from that room? Because I can see that would have a very large impact construction wise and likely an unexpected impact with that change. Given what we've seen with shared offices being a lot more common, and seeing that with glass wall shared offices, I can name a few of my clients recently we've built out where that would be a huge cost impact for the client. Whereas I don't know that it would necessarily give a huge benefit. So is there any interpretation on that?
The intent is that it would be visible. If there's a glass wall and they were able to, be visible, then, you don't need to install one in that room directly. Also with installation, they have to be coordinated and synced, because there's other problems that can come with that. So the intent is that they would be visible.
Okay, because just based on the I could see that it could be taken as a strict interpretation, since it says visible alarm notification appliances shall be provided in public use areas and common use areas, including but not limited to shared office rooms with 2 or more persons. That could very easily be interpreted to mean that it needs to be provided in that room, which would create I think an unexpected interpretation. There's confusion there that I think would cause a lot of trouble for contractors and building owners.
This is Greg Anderson with the State Fire Marshal's Office. And the guidelines of how you install that and provide that visible notification is actually an NFPA 72. One of the issues that have come up with the definition in Chapter 2, the way it was being enforced in certain jurisdictions, if you had a desk with a guest chair, you had to have a strobe. That was never the intent. So this was to say, well, if you start having a common space where there's multiple desks in there, then it starts looking like a common use area. And that was the intent of this. Again, if you have the visible, meet the requirements in 72 through a glass wall, that would be appropriate. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I think it common sense makes it very reasonable. But I've met a lot of code officials that take very strict interpretations, and I think it's the way it's written opens a lot of potential problems for contractors and, like I said, for tenants moving in. I can't even. Yeah, I couldn't count how many recent TI projects our company's done where that would have applied to them, and that would have made big cost impact to the client.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. Commissioner Haskins, as Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Jeska are fully aware, I take full advantage of asking for interpretations from the State Fire Marshal's Office. To a point where I might abuse it, but you may want to get a formal interpretation so that you have that on hand when you work on projects, because I can see both sides, definitely.
And this is Crystal. So upon approval of this and before it goes into effect, State Fire Marshal will most likely be putting out an informational bulletin that will obviously go through our advisory committee and our executive process, but we can definitely add more to the intent in that informational bulletin to help with the clarification of the new listed items.
Thank you for that. Any other commissioner comments? If not, we'll move to public comment on this item. Okay, let's move to public comment. Ms. Tresley, can you please?
Yes. First public comment is going to be Bob Raymer.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And I just wanted to say that we're in strong support of the Fire Marshal's proposed changes to Part 2 of Title 24, and especially those in the wildland urban interface items found in Chapter 7A. Initially, early on, we had some limited concern with a reference to the application provisions and the purpose. The fire marshal fixed that right away. In addition, there was an initial proposal to remove 4 very commonly used prescriptive approaches to reach a Class A roof covering. The fire marshal fixed that. You know, as a group participating in all of these WUI workshops, and believe me, the fire marshal has 4 or 5 of these going on at least every month. We're very pleased to participate that, and we'll look forward to continuing, but we support it. And in a general comment, you may not hear this very often, but rarely have I ever seen in the decades I've been dealing with the codes, the immediate benefit of these standards. We asked the fire marshal recently to provide us with property loss information on the 9 worst fires that we've had over the last 7 years. And, you know, things have really ramped up with global warming and whatnot. And we looked at 31,000 data points. And the fact here is that these newer dwellings that comply with the fire marshal 7A requirements have their defensible space and comply with the development standards in Chapter 39. They work, incredibly so. It's very rare to see 2 or more new homes go up. As a matter of fact, we didn't encounter any place where 3 newer homes were destroyed in any of these 9 terrible fires, while thousands of other older homes were. So for a change, we've seen just an incredible benefit coming from this package of standards that the fire marshal references. So with that, we strongly support your adoption of these regs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next comment is from Richard Scott.
Mr. Scott?
Good afternoon, or good morning still. Thank you. I am in support of the proposed changes, but I'm concerned, especially with the visual alarm system. I don't know of anybody that sits on the fire marshal's advisory committees or works within workshops that represent the blind, the deaf, and mobility impaired disability community. I am once again going to say there's a problem. And a good example is we still continue today to have 99% of all fire alarm pull stations inaccessible. They typically require a hand, if you look at Title 24, a hand for operating mechanisms to grasp and twist or pinch. Well, we have many people in our community that don't have hands. We have many people in our community that have had a stroke and may not be able to manipulate their fingers in a way that works for operating a fire alarm pull station. I'm only raising that issue, which is not on the agenda today, to remind the state fire marshal and the Building Standards Commission that without input from the disability community, we are continuing to get proposed code changes or additions that don't serve adequately or at all people with disabilities throughout California. So I would hope that the state fire marshal staff here today would go back and recommend that all working workshops and advisory committees that the state fire marshal has should incorporate multiple people with multiple types of disabling conditions to get input that is appropriate for code-related issues affecting people with disabilities. And certainly strobes are one of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scaff.
Next comment is from Paul Armstrong.
I'm sorry,
Paul Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong, please.
Thank you very much, Paul Armstrong, American Wood Council. Thank you for a great report. I do really want to echo what Bob Raymer said, in particular about our Chapter 7A criteria. It is farming very well for new construction, and certainly this package is continuing to provide us with the best protection possible. This is especially, like Bob said, important since the State Fire Marshal's Office does have a lot of other code-related activities going on. So they are doing a great job, and we thank you and appreciate working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next comment is Connie Arnold.
Ms. Arnold.
This is Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. I'd like to reiterate what Richard Scaff has said about inclusion of persons with disabilities on committees that are dealing with codes that directly impact the members of the disability community, which is a very diverse group. And as he mentioned, many people do not have hands, arms, and a way to operate fire alarm systems. And it's very concerning if you don't have representation from the disability community to address these issues, especially since it's a life and safety issue. And I would urge you to involve members of the disability community and organizations like Disability Rights California that represent persons with disabilities to be included on code making bodies and decision making that affects our community. Many members of the community also are seniors and persons with disabilities who reside in facilities like skilled nursing facilities, in which California has the second largest number of skilled nursing facility beds in the United States, that need these issues addressed so that their life safety is addressed, as well as all public accommodations. And so hopefully something will be done to change this situation as we involve more inclusion for purposes of equity of representation and code making. Thank you.
There are no more hands raised and there are currently no public, phone participants.
Thank you. Coming back to commission staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting on this agenda item?
There was the one comment from Building Industry Association, which Bob Raymer reiterated earlier in support.
Thank you for that. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 9 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of the amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Patel, so moved.
Commissioner Santillan seconds.
It is moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
Commissioner Haskin, just as a follow-up from my previous comments, I'd just like to officially request that an interpretation be provided with the change in specific rooms for visible alarms. If that, with an interpretation that's posted or that is provided officially, then I'd have no problem with approving.
So just for my point of clarification, he's asking them to clarify versus us amending in the motion.
Right. I'm just asking if state office of state fire marshal is willing to issue that interpretation.
Would the informational bulletin suffice?
Which informational bulletin?
So typically, if these proposals are approved and before they go into effect, State Fire Marshal will globally put out an informational bulletin about the summary, and we can expand on the intent of that one item within the notice, the informational bulletin about the proposed changes that will become effective July 1.
Yes, if that was noted in the informational bulletin, that would suffice.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, just to clarify, Commissioner Haskin, with that clarification, you are not asking for us to entertain a motion to approve as amended. It's just as proposed.
No, as proposed. We're all in agreement, and this is an official forum here. This isn't on the sidebar conversation. So if that's if the Office of the State Fire Marshal is willing to note that interpretation in their bulletin, I'm okay with that.
Great, thank you so much. So this item has been moved and seconded. And Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I do want to take a note of the time. It is almost noon. And I think that this might be a good time to take a break for lunch. And
Barbara, can we do a 30-minute lunch? Okay, if that's okay with the commissioners.
if that is okay with the commissioners, we'll take a 30-minute break and reconvene here at, well, how about a 40-minute break and convene at 12:30? So we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We'll be resuming again shortly. Just want to make sure our commissioners are returning. We'll resume in just a moment.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Well, we got to stretch our legs a little, get a little bit of food, and we are ready to jump right back in where we left off. And that is continuing on with some of the California State Fire Marshal agenda items. We are on agenda item number 10. So the agenda item 10 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Their proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Residential Code, Part 2.5 of Title 24. Would the representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal please introduce yourself and provide an overview to item number 10? Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Crystal Sujeski, Deputy or Supervising Deputy for Code Development and Standards Analysis, CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal. So I'm going to introduce 2.5. A lot of this will be repeat from the other parts, but Chapter 1 is again related to what was done in previous Part 2, Chapter 1, and agenda item number 8 in the Administrative Procedures Code, Part 1. Chapter 3 is several sections. The first section being R328.5 and Table R328.5. And this is the intent to increase the kilowatt hours of energy storage systems for use for each location on a residential property. This proposal was heard at the 2024 International Code Council for the Fire Code and Residential Code. And the comments at those hearings was for California to be the leader, to adopt it first and then bring it back to ICC for 2027. So with that said, we did follow the initial proposal from the stakeholders, except for one where it would remain the same for energy storage systems within the dwelling unit. We kept that the same and with no increase. There was further study to be taken. We looked at the proposal itself, compared it, and found that we did make that one amendment, like I said, for the dwelling space. There was a public comment from Joshua Costella from County of Los Angeles, which in their jurisdiction, they believe that there was, they would like to be more restrictive. Our response back was our proposal is a state minimum, and a local jurisdiction always is within their authority and purview to be more restrictive based on their needs. Moving on to our 337, which is the basically a reprint of what's done in Chapter 7A in the building code. This is the section of wildland urban interface for the residential code. And we corrected some terms and definitions for wildland urban interface areas. We proposed a correlation with the roofing chapter within the residential code. Same thing that we did in the building code. And then we deleted the exception for fascia and architectural trim and follow suit with the building code for our 337.11, which is the introduction of a model ordinance for very high fire severity zone adoption for the locals. Originally, we did ask for further study, and that was based on some typos and some further clarification that we as a state agency needed to do, and that was done. There were no further public comments on that issue. Chapter 9, again, that is the roofing chapter that correlates with section R337. And then chapter 44 is to adopt the latest editions of ASTM E108, adopt the latest edition of UL 790. And we ask for your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that overview. Item 10 is open for commission discussion. And I'd like to call on each commissioner, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Santillan, please.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki,
No comments.
Commissioner Alegre.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Haskin.
No comments. Thanks.
Moving on, Commissioner Ramirez. Okay. Commissioner Patel.
I just had one quick comment, sort of reiterating, Crystal, what you said. For those jurisdictions that have been, out of an abundance of caution, passed local amendments related to this topic as far as the maximum size of the energy storage systems that are allowed. As long as they have a local ordinance in place that's more restrictive than this, they would maintain that local ordinance. That's correct?
That's correct. They have that that authority to do so.
Okay.
And I would like to point out one thing. This is Greg Anderson. The maximum size is 20 kilowatt hours. That we did not change. It was the aggregate max that we changed. You can have multiple units.
Got it. And are you guys is SFM gonna pursue this in the next model code edition?
Yes, we worked with SEAC on this one. We will continue to do so.
Okay. Yeah, I watched some of the hearings from that time frame, and it seemed as if maybe the National Code Committee didn't quite understand what State Fire Marshal was proposing at the time. There seemed to be some confusion when I was looking at it, so I was just checking to see whether you're going to propose go back to the model codes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. It is definitely a SEAC and Cal Chiefs proposal that was jointly heard, and the feedback was, hey, you guys do it in California, you're the one that needs it, show us that it works, and then bring it back.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Klausbrecher, please.
I had a couple of questions on item 9-1. I was under the impression that this went through the ICC process and the Fire Code Action Committee. Am I correct?
It was heard. It was not approved.
Okay. So I have a couple of concerns regarding this. Couple of questions. So we are increasing the quantities of the aggregate kilowatt hours based on separation distances to 9-1, which is item section R 328.5 energy ratings. And I know there is some justification as far as the megajoules are concerned. However, when you look at megajoules and the fuel loads in a garage for ordinary combustibles, it's very different than lithium batteries. They might have the same fuel load, they might have more fuel load when it comes to plastics, but firefighting is going to be a lot different animal for a lithium battery than an ordinary combustible. So some of the arguments posed as far as the fuel load is a little concerning to me. The other thing that I have a question for you guys is the detached garages or detached areas. It does not specify separation distances. It does in certain areas, but not most of them. So is there a separation distance proposed for these detached garages or detached accessory structures?
This is Greg Anderson, and I can answer that. And you'll notice we are only increasing the size, those that are not in the garage. In the garage, the attached garage is the same. And if you look on the table, it says detached garage or accessory dwelling structure is a minimum 10 feet away from the property lines and dwelling. So there's your separation.
It says in detached garages and detached accessory structures, 200 kilowatt hours, and it does not have a separation there.
Oh, it's in the one down below with the 10 feet. Now, the energy storage systems still do have the separation requirements of the 3 feet, but that would be it then. To go to the larger one, you have to have at least the 10 feet in the next column down.
In the next row down.
Row, correct.
So is there a specific for the first, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th row? In detached garages and detached accessory structures, 200 kilowatt hour. There is no proposed separation for that one. Am I correct?
You are correct, except for the separation for the units that's already there of 3 feet.
Okay. So there are some concerns with this that is a bit worrisome. How the firefighters are going to fight these, let's face it, for the most part, lithium fires. And I would encourage any firefighters that are on the phone call to, give us a feel for what happens in these facilities, or whether based on their experience, they've had difficulties putting out these fires, because I am concerned about comparing lithium battery fires to ordinary combustible fires. So having said that, I'm just seriously concerned about it, but I'm open to hearing from other members on the call as far as how some of these fires are mitigated and whether it can be mitigated.
So do I have anybody from the fire marshal's office that is able to address that?
Or from the firefighters or anybody from the fire service that's on the call? I know Mr. Costello had some issues with what was being proposed, and he's online, so I'm open to hearing that during the public comment portion.
Thank you. Right. Commissioner Mickerton, and then we'll go to the public.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 10, including specifically the question that Commissioner Klaus Bruckner raised. Ms. Trusley, do we have folks from the public that would like to speak on this item?
Yeah, first commenter is going to be Bob Raymer.
Mr. Raymer.
Hey, thank you. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. Once again, in strong support of the Fire Marshal's proposed adoption of the amendments to Part 2.5 of Title 24. We're especially supportive of the tweaks that are being made to the WUI standards in Chapter 3. With regards to the energy storage systems, I can tell you we deferred to the energy storage industry and to the fire service, who had many members on the workshop group that had been formed for this. So with that, we're comfortable with the changes that Greg just outlined. And thank you, Crystal. Anyway, thank you and hope you support.
Thank you.
Next is Paul Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Paul Armstrong, American Wood Council, and echoing Bob's comments as well. We're in full support of this package. I do have to admit to you that I was the chairman of the ICC International Residential Code Development Committee this last time. I can't speak directly to Commissioner Klaus Bruckner's concerns, but I don't remember certainly having a lot of opposition to what the solar industry was trying to provide for their energy storage systems. It would be interesting to see what their responses are, and certainly from the fire community as well. But we are in full support aside from that, and would like to see this package passed and applied coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Brad Fox.
Mr. Fox.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Brad Fox. I'm the Assistant Fire Marshal for Santa Clara County Fire Department. I just wanted to speak in support of LA County's public comment that was submitted on item 9-2 in regards to the maximum allowable quantities for the ESS systems. So there's a lot to unpack in that public comment, so I'll just speak on a couple of issues. So first, the maximum allowable quantities, part of the statement of reasons references the table in the fire code 12075. And basically it's using that table as guidance for these thresholds. And so what's missing there is that when we look at the maximum thresholds for commercial systems, that's in 12075, there are a lot of other requirements that go along with that, such as explosion control, fire suppression, and fire detection. So what R328 does, along with in the fire code 120711, is it carves out a section for residential installations that don't have to meet as stringent of requirements. And so if a residential property wanted to install a system today that was 600 kilowatt hours, which is the maximum allowed that's being proposed for an outdoor installation or a detached structure, they could do that. They would just simply have to meet 1207, which is the appropriate place for a system of that size, not in the residential code. And I serve several affluent jurisdictions, and we have seen large residential systems that exceed the allowable thresholds, and that's exactly what they've done. They've been able to move forward with those installations under the model California code, but they also have those other safety provisions in place that I mentioned, such as explosion prevention, fire suppression, and fire detection. So my recommendation is I would encourage those large systems, and just to put it into perspective, when we talk about 600 kilowatt hours, I think everyone's familiar with the Tesla Powerwall. That's roughly 45 Powerwalls. And so that's a very large system. And to the commissioner's question earlier, I won't speak too much on the operations side, but I actually just got off of a meeting earlier where SEAC presented, and one of the members there was a representative of IAFF, and he alluded to one of the largest concerns from the fire service is explosion control. And we saw that with, I think most people are familiar with the incident in Surprise, Arizona. So measures like explosion control are extremely important for the operations side of firefighting. So we'd like to see that those requirements stay intact for these large systems. And the other point that LA County's comments correctly point out is that we look to the UL 9540A testing to ensure that these systems are safe, in that if one of them enters into thermal runaway, it's not going to propagate to other systems. And that is true. But what's missing from that is we don't test the systems to external fire exposure. So if there's a room and contents type fire, we don't test to make sure that the batteries aren't going to enter into thermal runaway. And we know the temperatures at which the cells in these ESS units enter into thermal runaway. And we know that the temperatures in a room and contents fire can often exceed those temperatures of the cells to put them into thermal runaway. So there is a concern that a fire that is not caused by, that's not initially caused by the ESS could lead to thermal runaway in the systems. And in that case, it doesn't matter if the system is 20 kilowatt hours or 50 kilowatt hours. It's not going to make a difference. It's the aggregate quantity that we're looking at. So I've taken more than my fair share of time, so I will conclude my comments, and thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for that.
Other public comment, before I do that, just to know, Commissioner Ramirez is with us, but he's on the phone, so I can't move him over. But he can speak.
Thank you.
Yeah, just have to call on him. Commissioner Ramirez, if you can just mute your phone, and then you can unmute yourself whenever you have a comment.
So I'll mute it now.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so our next public comment is going to be Jay Costello. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Josh Costello from Los Angeles County Fire Department, Codes and Ordinances Unit. And I was the one who, on behalf of the agency, submitted the public comment. I would like to thank you all for your consideration and echo the support that and the explanation that Mr. Fox just provided. Besides the explosion control, fire detection, fire suppression that he mentioned as having those would have to be provided under today's code should the system be installed to the provisions that are applicable to occupancies other than R3, R4, or what he referred to as the R3, R4 carve out in 1207 and in the residential code. There's also simple provisions like separations from lot lines, public ways, other buildings, and stored combustible materials, hazardous materials, and vegetation that are allowed to be circumvented through that carve out. And then finally, to address Commissioner Klossbrucker's question regarding operations, suppression operations, it's largely yet to be seen how these installations are going to fare in a residential application of fire suppression, but there are difficulties in after the fire, how we are going to be able to mitigate the chance for reignition, and also how we are going to turn that property back over to the owner. Unlike the commercial regulations, which require that a fire mitigation team basically be on retainer or be brought in for these fires. The residential component in R3, R4 does not provide that. And we are not able to engage with these due to the stranded energy that is contained in the unit after it's been damaged and presents an electrocution hazard. And I will stand on the rest of our comments, and I'm available for specific questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is our last public comment. And we only have our commissioner on the phone.
Very good. Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to turn back to commission staff to see if there were any written comments submitted to the commission prior to today's meeting.
The only written comment received in advance was from CBIA, and Bob Raymer reiterated this support.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment portion of this item. I would like to turn item 10 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. Before we do that, can we give Mr. Anderson an opportunity, Chief Anderson, to respond to some of the concerns? My apologies. I don't know if it's in order or out of order, if we can do that.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Mr.
He had
Anderson.
raised his hand, and we've voiced concerns, and he hasn't had an opportunity, I believe, to respond. My apologies.
I didn't see his hand raised, so my apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Greg Anderson with the Office of the State Fire Marshal. I would like to point out a couple items on this one. It does go through the UL 9540A test, which is where they raise the temperature to test it for external heat source. That is a requirement of UL 9540. I will also point that we're in the newest editions, which we're also adopting, of those testing standards, which have been improved. We all have concerns about lithium-ion batteries. The way that firefighters have to deal with these issues is absolutely concern of us. Through the work group that proposed this, I will say it was proposed by SEAC and Cal Chiefs through their work groups, and Cal Chiefs was very active in this and had their support as a proposing member. So, as though you obviously see, we are all not in agreement on this. I wanted to bring this forward because it promotes the larger systems to be moved out of the structure where the people are living. But we ask it for your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Anderson.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. Is it possible to have a follow-up question for Mr. Anderson? Or actually, it might be for the Building Standards Commission. So we are proposing something that's relatively new. It's, you know, it's following the agenda of possibly, promoting solar and energy storage systems. At the same time, it could, create a serious fire issue that we don't know or cannot predict until some of these systems are installed. Now, how is the system set up? Can the State Fire Marshal's office, should there be all of a sudden a large number of fires that are occurring and there is a serious concern, is there a way for an emergency amendment to be able to reverse this should there be a major issue with it from a fire standpoint? Or do they have to wait for the next cycle to be able to change it?
Well, this is Greg Anderson. I will answer that, yes, we can put in emergency regs. The level of standard, the Building Standards Commission is at imminent danger of life.
Thank you.
Thank you for that good conversation and clarification. I really appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I will call again for a motion. Not seeing any additional conversation. We are looking for a motion to adopt the proposed amendments of the 22 California Residential Code, Part 2.5 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Mickeyton, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any other further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Maeda, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickeyton,
Aye.
Commissioner Klossbachner.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is 9-0 with 1 abstention. The motion carries. All right, thank you. And we will be moving to agenda item number 11, which is another item presented by the California Office of the State Fire Marshal. And this is proposed adoption of amendments to the 22 California Fire Code Part 9, Title 24. And again, will Ms. Sujeski please present for us from the Fire Marshal?
Yes, thank you. Crystal Sujeski, Supervising Deputy of Code Development and Analysis. Again, commissioners, you're going to see a lot of the same things that you saw in parts 2 and 2.5. But we'll start off with chapter 1, which is again the state specified buildings and the MOU between SFM and the UCs. Chapter 2, care suite, business group B, the high hazard H2 and H3, the group I2.1 and non-patient care suite have all been amended with different erratas, but the deletion of the I2.1 is consistent with what we've done in the other parts. The proximate audience definition, we deleted the reference to NFPA 1123 as the state does not adopt that. Our regulations for fireworks are found in Title 19. Chapter 3, we corrected, did an errata to the California for the sprinkler section. that references back to the California Residential Code. Chapter 4, again, there was the deletion of I-1 and replacement of with the California version of the I-1, which is an R2.1. In Chapter 6, we worked with HCI, OSHPD for the clarification of where fuel storage and the combustion engines and generators kind of are found in different NFPA standards. So we drove the code user to the correct scoping in section 605.4 so that those could be made clear. Chapter 8, again, a lot of different references to the I-2.1, which is consistent with what we've done. In Chapter 8, the technical bulletin 133 is no longer valid in California, so that was removed. Chapter 9, again, we did a correction to make clear that 903.2.1.2, 903.2.1.3, and 903.2.3, 903.2.7 made clear that should say not less than 4-hour fire resistant rating. We did a correction, a printing error for group R4. Same for 903.3.2 for the quick response sprinklers. Deleted the language for the I2 occupancies. That's consistent with what we did in the building code. For 907.262 through 907.523, deleted the reference to I-2.1. There was a comment from the CAC to further study to clarify with OSHPD, HCI, that this was, that exception 3 was indeed a clarify and clean up that language. We did that review, and since smoke detectors are connected to the fire alarm control unit, the occupant notification will activate. This is the same clarification that we spoke about in the building code for those R2 college and universities. And again, I'll just reiterate that section 907.29.3. We had a public comment from Sagiv. He is also part of the State Fire Marshal Advisory Committee and wanted to reiterate that the smoke detectors are to be connected to the fire alarm system. 907.3.3.1 hoistway fire detection was made clear. Section 907.5.2.3.1, the public use areas, again, replicating what we did in the building code, expansion of the list of where the strobes would be required or needed. We amended the table 911.1, the footnote to allow for the flammable gases. Moving on to chapter 10, again, the deletion of the reference to the I-2.1. 1010.2.13.1 is the delayed egress locking system. In chapter 11, which is an existing building, we had a correlation with OSHPD on the group I2 separation between construction areas and minor work. This is to make clear that those separations are regardless of the type of construction, must be required. Chapter 12, again, making clear the distinction between combustion engines and gas turbines and driving the code user to the correct NFPA standards. Again, we had further study on that. We accepted that, and we did clarify with OSHPD on those standards. And then in chapter 12, 1207.11.4 and table 1207.11.4, this was the increasing of the aggregate kilowatt hours of energy storage systems on the property. We had a public comment from Joshua Costello from the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. We just discussed that. It's the same proposal that you just heard in the residential code. Moving on to chapter 7, it was basically, this is to make clear that we are adopting chapter 27. It's basically an errata. Chapter 33, the separations between construction areas. We're proposing this with OSHPD, separations in existing I2s, regardless of the construction type. And then chapter 49 is a correlation with chapter 7A and section R337 of the residential code, where we're correcting the term wildland urban interface areas and then bringing in a model ordinance for a very high fire severity zone adoption for the locals. In chapter 50, section 5003.11, maximum allowable quantity per control area of medical gases. There's an exception for patient care use. And then in the other tables within chapter 50, bringing in the correlation of the adoption of those flammable gases. And those are for use for the A2Ls and the low flammable refrigerants. Chapter 57, there's 2 exceptions for the flammable and combustible liquids and tanks. And then chapter 80, doing the adoption of the latest editions of ASHRAE 15, ASTM E108, adopting technical bulletin 116, the 2018 adoption of NFPA 22, the 22 edition of NFPA 24, 409, 495, and then the latest adoption of UL 790. We ask for your approval and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to come back to the commissioners and open this up for discussion. I'd like to start with Commissioner Sasaki, please.
I have no comments or questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Alegre.
No comments.
Stockwell.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskin.
No questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Foss-Bruckner.
I'm probably going to abstain again due to item 10-2. I'm on the fence not to take anything away from the State Fire Marshal's office and the wonderful job they do. They know I'm a big fan of them. I apologize for doing this, but I'm going to abstain just because I have concerns with item 10-2.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Mickleton, please.
No questions. Thank you.
And Santion, Commissioner Santion.
No questions. Thank you for the detailed explanation.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 11. At this time, please enter into the queue by raising your hand on Zoom. We'll start with that and then we'll go to the phone lines.
Bob Raymer.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association, once again indicating our support. And with regards to the energy storage systems, I can assure you that the fire marshal, as Greg's already indicated, they are in the process of adopting the most updated standard, which is great. If, however, we do see any type of a problem emerging out in the field, we stand ready to join with the storage industry, with the fire service, and with the state fire marshal's office to address that. So once again, we're doing our best to keep pace with the governor's very aggressive climate change goals. This is part of that. But if there's a problem, we'll certainly do our best to help out. And thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard Scout.
Mr. Scout.
Madam Chair. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. At 79, I'm a little bit slower than I used to be, and I didn't get to raise my hand quickly enough before the last item was voted on by the commissioners. Also relates to this. I'm very concerned. I'm an owner of batteries, residential solar battery systems that are on the outside of my house. And there are many people that have received, many people with disabilities in areas, wildfire areas in the state that have been given portable battery, solar battery systems. I just recently saw an article about a garage fire caused by, and I'll use the manufacturer name, but it's for the whole industry. It was residential batteries inside of a garage that caught on fire and really did a lot of damage. Not the fault of the fire department, but I'm not sure whether all these systems are safe yet. And we've had $5 million worth of Yeti solar batteries given to people with disabilities who have them inside so that they can use them when there's a power outage to operate medical and mobility equipment or refrigeration equipment. And I'm wondering what CAL FIRE is doing to protect the least mobile who can't get out of their residence quickly or without help, to make sure they're protected when either residential batteries are installed in their living area or portable solar batteries are given to them as a way to mitigate the threat of lack of access, a lack of electricity during electric utility power outages. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Next is Paul Armstrong.
Thank you again, Paul Armstrong with the American Wood Council. As with the CBC and the CRC packages, we're in full support. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much and great work.
Next is Jay Costello.
Yes, good afternoon again. Josh Costello, Los Angeles County Fire Department, Codes and Ordinances Unit. I'd like to echo our earlier comments and also in response to the discussion regarding emergency rulemaking, We do feel that that would be too late as these systems are going in at an extremely accelerated rate, that is. And they're going into R3s, and which are probably the most possibly the most least maintained after the C of O is granted. As they age, they're only going to deteriorate further and be more apt to failure. They're also bolted to the wall, so having them removed due to later determinations regarding their safety may be too late, and who would bear that cost. And then also there is a concern, obviously, as we've discussed, the explosion hazards, but also asphyxiation and poisoning, which the toxicity of the gases that are generated during failure is not measured by the standards. There's no real means to do it, and the only testing equipment that the standard calls for that would give us a glimpse at the toxicity component in the UL 9540A testing standard is we have seen it routinely, if not in every case, omitted based upon an interpretation that is not yet part of the standard. And these incidents in the past, such as the Surprise, Arizona explosion, showed vast amounts of hydrogen cyanide that remained on site, even though it was an outdoor installation in an open desert, and remained on site for long periods of time. And we all know how toxic hydrogen cyanide is. So we do have severe concerns regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Then Connie Arnold.
Ms. Arnold, and then we'll let the fire marshal respond.
Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate. I'm just wanting to say that I'm very concerned about public safety and life safety and long-term impacts by this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for public. There's no phone participants.
No phone participants, and then did commission staff receive any written comments?
Only in advance of the meeting, only the one from Bob Raymer in support.
Excellent, thank you. So now if it's okay if I have some a representative from the fire, there we go. Greg, if you would like to respond.
Greg Anderson with the State Fire Marshal's Office. I did want to bring up one thing in response to Mr. Scaff's comments. Though the systems he's referring to are battery systems, but they're not energy storage system as defined by the code. We do have an informational bulletin, and there's actually some proposed legislation on standards for battery systems, including what continues on to e-bikes, wheelchairs, and other issues from batteries. So it is slightly different than this. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Anderson. Having no other public comment, I would like to turn the item back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal's proposed adoption of the amendments of the 22 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Mickleton, move to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Commissioners.
Patel. Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Rambin, second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Maeda.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Abstain.
Commissioner Santion,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We have a 9-0 vote with one abstention. The motion carries. All right, we will move to what I believe is the fire marshal's last item. Item number 12. And it is proposed adoption of amendments to the 22 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24. And Fire Marshal, it's all yours.
So Crystal Sujeski, Supervising Deputy of CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal, Code Development and Standards Division. So Part 10, again, Chapter 1 is a cleanup with the understanding of the relationship of SFM and UCs. Chapter 3 is a cleanup for to delete the reference to I-1 and replace with the California R2.1. And then the meat and potatoes of this proposal is to bring in a new or what was previously not printed or adopted in California, which is Chapter 6 through 11, and then propose to print but not adopt Chapter 13. This was brought about by a petition of the American Institute of Architects. And there are many CAFS certified members within that working group that looked at and analyzed these work area method to promote existing building stock in California to address the housing crisis. Chapter 6 through 7 had many different subgroups that address the fire and life safety aspects of each of them. And the proposals we feel are in alignment with the standard of safety that is currently appreciated and maintained in California. So without further ado, I guess I'll ask for your approval and any questions on specifics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. Item 12 is now open for commission discussion. I will call on each commissioner, starting with Commissioner Allegri.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No question, just a comment, and thank you to the State Fire Marshal for implementing these changes to incorporate the existing building code. I think it's been a real struggle for the design profession to understand how to apply the codes to existing buildings. So appreciate additional clarity on that front. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Haskin.
Can you explain again the reason for printing but not accepting Chapter 13? Because to me, it seems like it opens more confusion and more opportunities for conflict in the code that still haven't been vetted out. So if we could get some clarification on what is the reason for printing something that we're not adopting in this case? Well, specifically Chapter 13.
So Chapter 13 is a performance method of achieving. It's very subjective, and the purpose to print it but not adopt, is to have availability to the locals in the case where they may need to evaluate for an alternate means. My understanding is Chapter 13 used to be in the California Building Code, as Chapter 34 was removed when the existing building code came into play, and has always been a useful tool when doing evaluations for the design community. So it's there for that purpose, but at this time it was not recommended or by consensus to adopt by any of the state agencies that participated in this analysis.
Thank you for that. I would, I don't know that I can make a motion on this, but I would strongly encourage we vote separately on that item than from the other items from the other points in this item that's being brought up in item 12, agenda item 12. I'd prefer that we have that the question of whether we're printing something that we're not adopting be a separate vote. If there's no one who disagrees with that, but I have a problem with meeting the first requirement, the first of the 9-point criteria, not having overlap or duplication, and this is obviously both. So to me, it doesn't make sense to put something in writing and to publish it and not to adopt it when the information is already readily available. If cities wanted to access that information, it's already published. It's a published standard. It's just not published by the state of California. So that's my comment. So much, not so much question. That's my comment for now. So.
Question for Commissioner Haskin. Did you mean item 14, not 12?
Excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me.
Sorry, this is, by the way, Commissioner Klausbergner.
Yes.
Okay, so
We are on agenda item 12. Are we not?
yes, but you were
And
specifically
I'm
asking.
saying, yeah, if we can vote on that subsection of this proposed agenda item, not the entire agenda item together, is my point.
Correct. You're asking to split it, Mr. Dan.
Yeah.
Just thank you, Commissioner Haskin, and just a quick comment to tag on to yours. There is, they can absolutely, split the vote like you're suggesting. But just as a reminder, there is precedent. It's rare, but there have been other sections and chapters of Title 24 that have been printed but not adopted by a state agency. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there for the benefit of the commission. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at the moment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Thank you. Sorry. Commissioner Patel.
I had no questions for the State Fire Marshal's office, but I just want to comment on what Kevin had said. I agree that there are provisions in various codes that are published that are not necessarily adopted by a state agency. One is it does make the information available readily to both the designers and the building departments and fire departments to be able to see if somebody proposes an alternate means and methods, what's actually in the model codes. And that's helpful. The other thing is a local city or county could adopt that chapter if they choose to. And so it's handy to have that available to designers and building officials as well. So I would recommend that even though they're not adopting it, that we keep it in the code and publish it. I think it's just helpful to everyone.
Thank you for that. Commissioner, please.
I had a couple of questions. Well, actually, one of them in regards to this is addressed to Commissioner Patel and Mr. Day. Usually when things are printed but not adopted, are they usually in the appendix chapter or are they in the body of the code?
I'll answer that with an example, Commissioner Patel. So the voluntary appendix chapters in many of the model codes are printed, like you said, but also in this situation where it's a chapter within the body of the code that would normally be mandatory, not a voluntary appendix chapter. Another example is chapter 29 of the International Building Code, which California does not adopt, but several cycles ago, similar discussions came up where members of the regulated community, local enforcement officials wanted that information available for alternate means and methods and easy access to it, as Commissioner Patel said. So there's precedent for it. But yeah, thank you.
That answers one of my questions. I had one more question. My apologies. It seems like this cycle I'm zooming in on the State Fire Marshal's office. It's certainly not intentional, as you know. Item 12-1 is such a major change from the model codes or the ICC codes that I'm a little bit worried about it. And I wanted to get some perspective as to why you guys are proposing this change and what occupancies are affected by it. And it's related to deleting all of the exceptions and requiring a firewall, which is a major construction change from a fire partition, smoke partition, fire barrier even. Can somebody from the State Fire Marshal's office go into a little more detail on what occupancies would be affected with this and why we're deleting things like, I can understand smoke partition and smoke barriers, but why fire barriers? And if you guys could get into that a little bit, I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure. This is Crystal Strzelecki, Office of the State Fire Marshal. And in item 3-2 is the scope. So you'll see that with our work group, historic buildings were removed from the conversation right off the bat because we already have the California Historic Building Code of Part 8. So that was excluded. The exception of use of the chapters of 6 through 11 are not permitted in HILs, R2.1s, R3.1s, and high-rise buildings. So California already has statute for many of those. We have provisions for many of those for type of construction and also allowances for fire protection and fire suppression systems. So moving into the item 12.1, maintaining that level of what we currently have in the fire code was a major discussion point in this subgroup of the main group. And it was conceded through consensus that if you are having a portion of a building with a change of use, especially it being for living or sleeping purposes, that it should be separated from the rest of the building and not allowed any of these exceptions, which currently are not allowed in the fire building code. So it was trying to maintain that level of protection, especially for housing. It was discussed that these existing building stock could potentially be what is now Bs and not sprinklered on part of it. So I hope that a background information is what you were looking for.
So effectively, you're applying what's currently for new construction to existing buildings.
For the portion of that work area.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you discuss change of occupancy classes, right? Let's say we had and maybe I am completely off the subject, and please tell me if it's true. Let's say you had the old B2 occupancies, and now they're proposing TIs where now it's F1, S1, M occupancies. Does this apply, or is it just for residential? What is the, the bird's eye view of what this would apply to? You guys are giving examples of residential, and there's not many residentials that have firewalls where when one side collapses, the other side remains. This is giving me a little bit of a concern, and maybe I'm just completely off as far as what this would be applied to. Any response would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, so the work group did not want to limit it in scope to just the R2 or R3. So it would apply to any existing building, except for those ones that I listed earlier. That either there's statute or precedent for the type of construction and the features that go along with, for example, an H or an L or the R2.1s. So we tried to make it as broad and useful as possible. I'm gonna look specifically for that section in the eyesore. The redaction of the model code language and the use for firewall list, and the exceptions are inconsistent with existing California regulations that apply to a building project that involves a change of occupancy in a non-historic building. The substitution of automatic sprinklers, which is an active fire control approach that has been required on many occupancies in California for years, and for projects which exceed relatively small square footage thresholds. So for this reason and some others it goes into is redacted, and firewall was being the only listed means for separating one occupancy for another horizontally and vertically. So
Crystal,
that
I will add a
helps.
couple things to this also. This is Greg Anderson with the State Fire Marshal's Office. This section is referring only to fire sprinklers. So a lot of the concern was, are we going to just have a small sprinkler on the third floor where they change the occupancy? So this one says you're going to sprinkler the whole building, or there's a firewall. The other thing I would like to point out, this is not a requirement. The work method area is an option. You could always just meet the standard code and go to the building code. Hopefully that helped a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. It does clarify.
Any further questions from you, Commissioner Klaus-Buckner? No?
No, I think I've exhausted the State Fire Marshal's Office with my questions. Thank you.
Never.
And I appreciate the clarity that the discussion brings, so thank you. Commissioner Mickleton, please.
No questions, but I just want to weigh in on the idea of pulling out the printing of something that is not being adopted, and that has come up a couple of times in the past, and it is a not an abnormal thing to find in the code in a few places. So I am comfortable with keeping it intact as is, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Santan?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. and Commissioner Sasaki.
This is more of a, well, a question to, and I suppose this will be for a number of agencies that are adopting these new chapters of into the California existing building code. But so it's chapters 6 through 11, I think. There's a lot of information in those chapters. As we just heard from Commissioner Klaus-Buchner and from Greg, the State Fire Marshal, that those were optional. I guess, let me get to the point, because these are a lot of new material and a lot of new chapters, is there going to be outreach by the State Fire Marshal or our staff, the Building Standards Commission, to help both building officials and design professionals understand what these new chapters mean? And maybe this question also goes out to AIA to help anyway with implementation of these new chapters, which I think the whole intent is to help design professionals use existing buildings or continue the use of existing buildings.
Absolutely. And so one of the things that we did in the working group is Beth Tubbs, who is a fire protection engineer. She's also the president of the Society of Fire Protection Engineers, put together a webinar for our stakeholders, and that is available on the ICC Region 1 website. I know that AIA has put together several presentations, again, during that pre-rulemaking that will be available. If this is approved, it will again be part of that global informational bulletin that gets sent out. Whenever the State Fire Marshal does do a rulemaking package, we always present it at our stakeholder monthly meetings and are available for questions as they come up. So the outreach is definitely intended to inform and to educate our stakeholders.
Thank you for that. Okay, at this point, I would like to take comments from the members of the public, please. So again, we are on item number 12. And again, please raise your hand if you are on Zoom, and you'll be called upon by Ms. Trusley, and then we'll get to folks on the telephone right after that. So, Barbara?
First up is Michael Malinowski.
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Mike Malinowski. I'm here speaking on behalf of AI California, who represent the 11,000 design professionals that design not just California's commercial and institutional built environment, but designed around the world. We petitioned for this code change nearly 4 years ago, and as we all know, code change takes time. This was a very heavy lift involving 7 full chapters, 6 of which are so closely integrated, forming the work area method, that they needed to be considered as a whole. Thankfully, there was a veritable army of supporters who stepped up. I'd sure like to list them all, but in the interest of time, I just want to give a shout out to Joseph, Paul, and Sagi for leading subgroups, and Crystal and Greg for their expert guidance on behalf of the State Fire Marshal. AI California believes this code change will advance the potential for retrofit and adaptive reuse of our huge stock of existing buildings, many of which are sitting underused or empty, due in part to dramatic changes in our business and civic infrastructure.
Mr. Malinowski, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you slow down just a little bit for our interpreters? Thank you.
Sure, sorry. Taken as a whole, this code amendment will provide positive climate benefits, increased urban housing, economic vitality for our communities, including those that have in various ways been left behind. It's a win-win in many dimensions. Bravo. And I'd also like to encourage, right now, this is proposed only for adoption by the State Fire Marshal. We were encouraged actually to go on this mission by HCD initially, that had tried to make this change years ago and was frustrated by the complexity and the size and the difficulty. We're disappointed they're not adopting it in this code cycle, but we would encourage them, and we expect them to be coming on board and the next code cycle, along with CBSC and other state adopting agencies. I would like to, if I could, respond to a couple of the great questions that have been raised. First of all, about Chapter 13. This is a unique chapter in the entire code landscape. What it has done, and it was developed originally by the federal government with a lot of state agencies and brain power from all over the country. It attempts to assign numerical point values for life code deficiencies. It's the only place in the code where you see various life code deficiencies evaluated in that sort of a numerical way. That is hugely beneficial in understanding the impact of these deficiencies. The reason it was not adopted, however, was, as you all know, working with existing buildings is extremely complicated, and we did not want to risk a situation where a code official is faced with this numeric analysis and unable to use his professional judgment in making a determination about appropriateness. But it is an extremely valuable tool when evaluating and putting together alternate methods and means proposals. And I, as a practicing architect, have used this numerous times in facing extremely difficult code compliance challenges with existing buildings. Another question was by Mr. Sasaki about all this new material. Again, the International Existing Building Code is unique in that it provides 3 alternative compliance paths that is up to the design professional to choose. And so, even though this is all new material, there is no change here proposed to the current prescriptive approach that has been adopted for years in California. That will remain in place and can be selected by those design professionals who don't choose to use this method. But we have committed as an organization, the AIA, and in partnership with ICC, with Beth Tubbs and others. Beth Tubbs, by the way, is the code person assigned to the International Existing Building Code Committee, of which I happen to be a member and have been for multiple code cycles. She is an expert on this topic. She and others will be preparing the materials that will bring our industry up to date in the use of this alternative method, the work area method. The performance method is not adopted, but it does form a good foundation for consideration of alternate means. And we think publishing it is very appropriate and restores it to the printed book where it was in California for many years. So this is not something new. This is bringing something that was published and not adopted in California for many years. Finally, the questions raised by Commissioner Klaus Bruckner were very good in that when you get into the fine-grained details, we have to be very careful. In this initial launch, we looked at that one provision, for example, and what it effectively did is it assigned a fire performance equivalence to a whole long list of elements that we know, in fact, are not equivalent. Is it possible that that list could be tweaked and adjusted to be more supportive of changing buildings? Yes, it could. But frankly, until we get this framework in place in California, that sort of fine-grained refinement isn't realistic when you're dealing with dozens and even hundreds of similar provisions. So our objective for this code cycle is get the framework in place. And I think I can't compliment the State Fire Marshal's office and Crystal and Greg in particular enough for the work they did. This has really been a very difficult challenge to take this all on as one block, and it had to be done that way. So I encourage you to move forward with this, including the printing of Chapter 13. And as we get into the next code cycle, we're looking forward to continuing these conversations, bringing other critically needed state agencies on board, such as HCD. After all, our main target for this was housing. And so it's a disappointment not to see HCD on the front line, but they probably wanted to make sure that it was going to pass muster first. Then they've already told us that they're very excited about the potential of these measures. So I apologize for taking so much time. I thank you for your close scrutiny of this and for the support of many actually people on this commission, such as Commissioner Patel, participated in the development, which they can probably attest to how challenging and difficult it was and how many conversations it took. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Joseph Devontae.
Yes, hello. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief Anderson and Supervisor Sajewski. Joseph Cervantes with Space Age Electronics and Chair for the Fire and Life Safety Subcommittee that meticulously scrutinized these chapters of the IEBC for adoption. As a passionate 26-year professional and advocate for addressing...
To your mic, sir.
I'm sorry.
You're a little fuzzy. Can you scoot closer to your mic?
How is that?
A little bit better.
Okay. As a passionate 26-year professional and advocate for addressing the housing crisis in California, I wholeheartedly support this adoption of the International Existing Building Code performance-based chapters in the intervening code cycle. This essential building code offers a viable solution that not only utilizes existing building stock for housing, but also plays a crucial role in reducing our carbon footprint. By embracing these chapters, California can tap into the untapped potential of its underutilized buildings, including vacant commercial spaces and aging structures, to meet the pressing housing needs of our residents. Furthermore, the adoption of the International Existing Building Code aligns perfectly with our commitment to environmental sustainability. By reusing existing buildings instead of constructing new, we significantly reduce the demand for raw materials and the associated energy consumption. This not only conserves natural resources, but also helps lower the carbon footprint of the construction industry, making significant strides towards a more sustainable future for California. In conclusion, I take great pride in my role as the chair for the Fire and Life Safety Subcommittee. We left no stones unturned in our effort to ensure that these regulations prioritize life and safety to the current codes and regulations enforceable in California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the queue?
Yes. Next up is Paul Armstrong. Oops.
Thank you very much, Paul Armstrong, American Wood Council. Also the lead for the structural subcommittee in this particular effort. We're in full support of this. Not to go over what everybody else so far has already included in their testimony, but to say that we did reach out to other parts of the country that do use the International Existing Building Code, and frankly, they love the work area method in particular in terms of the reuse of existing buildings. It's been a very helpful tool and a very efficient means of being assured that we're providing the protection for the occupants of those buildings, whatever the use happens to be. So I'll leave that at that. Thank you very much. And again, great work. We're looking forward to having this available. And there are quite a few of us that are looking at providing training on this particular package once it is approved.
Thank you.
That is the last hand up, and there are no public phone participants.
Thank you for that. Now turning to you, Mr. Day, were there any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting on this topic?
None in advance of the meeting.
Thank you so much. Okay, then that concludes our public comment portion. And I will now turn the item back over to the commission to entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. Do I have a
This is
motion?
Commissioner Haskin. Are we, well, I move we accept all but item 14 for now, and we vote on item 14 separately. Are there any, who second that?
So Commissioner Haskin has moved all of the items except for the chapter 13 publication, which, sorry, I'm looking for it.
Item 14.
It is chapter 13, performance of compliance methods, which is item number 14 of this budget or this committee item. Is there a second?
Just a quick point of clarification. This is Viana Barber with DGS Legal. I'm just trying to clarify the motion. Is the motion to approve all the items and reserve one item for a separate motion? Or is the motion just to separate the items for now?
No, that's correct. The motion is that we have moved to approve first all but item 14, then we can vote on item 14 separately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
This is Commissioner Mikita, and I have a question about doing that. This sort of thing has come up in the past, and sometimes there's a concern that if we start to break apart a package, that there may be something in some other item within that package that may be referring to the item that we're considering pulling out. So I'm a little bit hesitant to start to deconstruct the package, and I wonder if we could get some guidance about that.
I can kind of present an overview from the legal perspective. You may want to discuss that first and ask the fire marshal and others whether or not removing and voting separately on an item would constitute some kind of inconsistency with other items in the package. So I would recommend that the commissioners discuss that first before you vote on this motion.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbu. And I'm going to pass it back to Ms. Sujeski to see if you can clarify what the impact of removing this item from this or splitting it into two votes would have.
So item 14, chapter 13, could potentially be standalone. It does reference back to an existing section in chapter 1 that allows for alternate means and methods. So nothing in the chapters 6 through nothing in the other proposals would exclude or reference it directly. I hope that helps make your decision.
Is there any further discussion by members of the commission?
Just as a Commissioner Mikita, again, just as further discussion, I just sort of underscore the fact that this is standard within the code, even though it's not frequent to print something for informational use and for the adoption of local agencies. So I'm in support of letting it stand.
Okay, so at the moment I have a motion, but I do not have a second. Do I have a second for splitting and then approving items 1 through 13 and leaving item 14 for a separate vote?
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. I have no issue with that, so I'll second it, even though I'm going to vote to approve both of them. But I don't think it's going to hurt anything to split it and vote separately.
Very good. We have a motion and we have a second. Are we clear on what the item is so we can take a vote on it? Are the members, do they need clarification further? Okay, very good. Having seen no additional comments on it, Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll on item 12 as it has been amended?
This is Commissioner Mickelton. Can we have a repeat of the exact motion? Is this to approve everything except that, or is it to?
It is, yes, I will do that right now. So
Yeah, thank you.
this is to approve in our agenda item number 12. Then the item numbers, unfortunately, we have item numbers and agenda items, so I apologize for that. But within item number 12 on our agenda, we are going to approve items 1 through 13 and separate item 14 for a subsequent vote. And the motion is to approve items 1 through 13 of this agenda item.
One question, Commissioner Santillan, I'm confused. So if we're not adopting item 14, why do we have to vote on that?
It would be to publish it, to agree to publish it in the code of regulations.
Is this Commissioner Mickelton? I think we're about to take 2 votes. Am I right? Everything except item 14, and then we'll vote on number 14 separately.
And what would that vote be? To publish?
I believe so.
Yes, I mean, you would all make the motion. That's where this is kind of leading, yes.
Commissioner Santillan, there's a whole bunch of, for example, appendices where it's not adopted unless individual jurisdictions are adopting it. So the intent is to publish it in case individual jurisdictions want to adopt it. It's readily available for them. That is the intent of this.
So making maybe I'm gonna confuse more. Making a motion to adopt what's presented to us would be everything through item 14, which would just be publishing it. That's what the agency is asking us.
Correct.
But that's not the motion on the table at this point.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Just as a point of order, I do see that the fire marshal has a comment. Is that in order to take it now, or should I wait till after we have, given we have a motion and a second, do I need to call the roll and then take the comment? I don't know if that's to legal or to.
Yeah, we if the comment is probably in relation to this motion, it would make sense to take the comment now.
Okay, so Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Greg Anderson with the State Fire Marshal's Office. The way it works is we adopt the model code and the state agencies adopt the chapters. In this case, when it was originally adopted, we have a proposal or a California amendment that removed that chapter. We are basically repealing our amendment to allow it to be published, but not adopted. So, but just for transparency, we put it out there saying we want to put it back in, but we're not going to adopt it. Hopefully that helps some clarity.
All right. Ms. Maeda, let's call the roll on the motion as it stands.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was a unanimous vote to approve our agenda item number 12, sub items number 1 through 13 on a vote of 10-0. The motion carried. I would now like to entertain a motion by the committee for the remaining item, which is item number 14 in agenda item 12.
Commissioner Klaus Brickner moved to approve.
Commissioner
Is
Patel.
there a second? Sorry,
Commissioner Patel seconds.
thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by the committee members?
Madam Chair, can you explain the motion? What are we doing?
So now the motion in front of you is to allow for chapter 13 to be published but not adopted into our code of regulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Haskin?
Just to avoid being misinterpreted on this one, my hesitation is that we're printing something that we've already removed, that we're printing it in duplication to other standards and not adopting it. I'm not opposed to chapter 13 necessarily. The process is what I'm opposed to. The fact that we're reprinting something without adopting that we've already previously printed and removed, and something which we haven't, then reviewed in detail more, that we are just accepting. So that's just a point of clarification. To me, it does not meet the first of the 9-point criteria, but I am not opposed to taking a vote to print it. I'm not trying to stop that from happening. I'm just having a problem with the process. So.
Okay, I had a motion and a second on that. Miss Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Haskin,
No.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Okay, the vote on item number 14 within agenda item 12 is a 9-1 vote, and the motion is carried. Okay, I want to take a moment to thank the Office of the State Fire Marshal. That was the last of their items, and thank you for your very thorough presentation to all of us and for answering our questions. I would also like to pause here for another 10-minute break. 10, I'm looking around the room for another 10-minute break to give our folks that are so graciously translating our session into sign language. So thank you, and we will be back. It is 2:15 now, so at 2:25. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We'll be resuming in just a moment. Just wanted to take a moment. We received a call during the break from Mr. Scaff checking in on the inquiry about access to the participants list in Zoom. And this is just an update that we will be looking into that internally. And we will follow up as soon as we can, most likely tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Scaff.
All right, and as we are all coming back from break and everyone's popping back on their cameras, we're going to move on to agenda items. Looks like, do we have 14 and 13 and 14 are ours? 13 and 14 are items for our very own California Building Standards Commission. So our staff will be presenting these. So I'm going to just again, do we have, are we all back? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 7. I've got 7 where I'm 8. And then 9.
Commissioner Ramirez is on the call.
And so I'm missing, I think we're missing one. Yep, that's it. We're all here. Okay, I can count. Thank you guys so much. I would like to ask our staff here to go ahead and present. Let me find the topic of this, sorry, read the right section. Agenda item 13 is the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code Part 1, Title 24. And I'm going to be asking our very own Stephanie Sirigal. How close was I?
That was good.
My apologies, please.
No problem. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Sirigal, Architectural Associate with the California Building Standards Commission. I will be presenting Agenda Item 13, which contains BSC's proposed amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. The proposed BSC amendments to Chapter 1 of the California Administrative Code are being made to implement and make specific requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act that apply the CBSC rulemaking processes. It is the intent of the act that actions of state bodies be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. Additionally, the act authorizes a state body to adopt reasonable regulations limiting the total amount of time allocated for public comment and for each individual speaker. It has been noted at past CBSC public meetings that some members of the public provide lengthy public testimony, effectively limiting the ability of other public members to provide similar public testimony on subsequent agenda items. In efforts to provide an equitable opportunity for all public commenters to provide input and to encourage public commenters to be concise when expressing their input, BSC is proposing time limits for the following reasons. 1, time limits will ensure that all public commenters will have an equal amount of time to provide comment. And 2, public comment time limits will assist the commission and committee chairs to efficiently carry out obligatory business. BSC Part 1 submittal was heard by Building, Fire, and Other, Structural Design and Lateral Forces Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee in March 2023. The CAC recommended all proposed items for further study to include persons with disabilities in the exception and reevaluate how public comment time limits are applied because the language specific issue was vague. BSC accepted the recommendation on item 1-1 and disagreed on items 2-1 and 3-1. For item 1-1, BSC revised the language to add specificity regarding public comment time limits and how they are intended to be applied, as well as added language in the exception to include persons with disabilities. For items 2-1 and 3-1, BSC disagreed with the CAC recommendation since the CAC action was global for the whole Part 1 proposal. But the recommended changes applied to the first item only. So there was no need for changes to these two items. BSC received no public comments during the 45-day comment period that ran from April 7th through May 22nd of 2023. BSC respectfully requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for the 2022 California Administrative Code. This concludes BSC Part 1 presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 13 is open for commission discussion, and I will be calling upon each commissioner individually, starting with Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel.
No questions. Thanks, Stephanie.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
Shockingly, no questions or comments.
Commissioner Mikitin.
No questions, but I want to thank staff for following up on this. This has sort of popped up on occasion over a number of years, and including the exception for people with disabilities is important as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you to the staff for putting this together. I'm, as always, in full support and appreciate the participation of the public and all stakeholders that bring forward to us information as we vet the building standards that come before us from the agency. But I'm full support of the proposal and I appreciate the time that was taken to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Alegre.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed to public comment. Again, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak to please raise their hand using the Zoom feature. And then we will go to the telephone lines after the Zoom comments.
So our commenter is Bob Raymer.
Mr. Raymer.
Thank you, Bob Raymer with CBIA, and in strong support of this change. With the advent of Zoom and telecommuting here, the Energy Commission has implemented something very similar to this. They've actually put in a 2-minute, and in some cases a 1-minute cap. But this basically sends a message to the commenters that everybody needs to have their say and to focus on issues that haven't been brought up yet. So we love this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments?
That is the only hand raised, and there are no public phone participants.
Thank you for that. Did we receive any comments via written comments via mail or email or anything else?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, this concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 13 back over to the commission to entertain a motion to consider the Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Mikitin, move to approve.
Commissioner Rambin, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, indicating by saying no, and abstaining, please state this as well. Ms. Maeda, please call the roll.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item number 14, the Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24. And for this item, I'd like to ask Ms. Brosnan to present. No? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Irina Brausman, Associate Architect with Building Standards Commission. And I'm here to present agenda item 14, which contains BSC proposed adoption of amendments to 2022 California Existing Building Code. The majority of BSC proposal is administrative in nature with no change in regulatory effect, and is associated with SFM proposal to adopt the International Existing Building Code, Chapter 6 through 11, and print Chapter 13. As none of these chapters are currently printed in the California Existing Building Code, BSC continues to not adopt International Existing Building Code, Chapter 6 through 11 and Chapter 13 for scopes within BSC authority. And those are listed in Section 1.2 of the California Existing Building Code. However, pursuant to BSC authority to establish the format of the California Building Standards Code and to resolve conflict, duplication, and overlap in the code, BSC proposes to amend International Existing Building Code, Chapter 6 through 11, to remove references to building standards not adopted in the state of California, to remove conflicts, and to amend Chapter 1 regarding the format of the California Existing Building Code by removing statements about chapters not printed as it's not longer needed. So the BSC proposal has no regulatory effect. And the only BSC proposal not associated with printing of Chapter 6 through 11 is in Chapter 3, which is item 2 on CAM and in express terms. There, BSC proposes to correct a mistake made during previous cycle, triennial code adoption cycle, where 2 words were accidentally removed from the code language. So we are proposing to bring those words back. BSC Part 10 submittal was heard by Building, Fire, and Other / Structural Design and Lateral Forces Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee in March of 2023. The committee recommended all proposed items for approval. BSC accepted most of the CAC recommendations, but disagreed with the recommendation on items 3-1 and 4-1. In both cases, CAC recommended proposal for approval, but some of the committee members had concerns about the language. So BSC worked to resolve those concerns and revise the language. For item 3-1, the concern was about absence of references to California Historical Building Code in section 601.1. So BSC added pointer to part 8 in that section. For item 4-1, the concern was about misinterpreting section 701.1 as amended. So BSC revised the proposed amendment to clarify that alterations to historic buildings and structures shall comply with California Historical Building Code. And BSC received no public comments during the 45-day comment period that ran from April 7th and through May 22nd of 2023. And with that, BSC respectfully requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for 2022 California Existing Building Code. And this concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 14 is open for commission discussion, and I will call on each commissioner individually, starting with Commissioner Rambin.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Haskin?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel?
Yeah, I had a quick question for Irina. So just so I'm clear, the State Fire Marshal just adopted chapters 6 through 11, and those apply to State Fire Marshal occupancies. BSC is not adopting 6 through 11, so it would not apply to non-residential occupancies outside of what SFM has jurisdiction for, but a local jurisdiction could adopt it if they wanted to.
So
that where we are?
Not really. Sorry
Okay.
to correct
Then
you.
thank you. Then help me.
Yeah, because BSC authority is for state buildings and UC and CSU buildings. So we are not proposing adoption of these chapters, but that applies only to those three types of buildings, I would say: state buildings, UC, and CSU. So for the rest of the buildings, we do not have authority here.
Okay, so where I get confused is that typically you're right, you have authority over the UCs and the other state buildings that other state agencies don't have authority over. But as locals, when you adopt it, we usually take that as adopting it for the non-residential occupancies that are not regulated anywhere else.
Yeah.
So in this case, are you saying that if this got adopted, that the locals could apply this to like B occupancies?
Absolutely correct. All the model language applies to those types of occupancies, plus BSC, plus SFM amendments, because they have broad authority for all the fire and life safety.
Okay, okay. So for me, where it gets confusing is since HCD is not proposing to adopt it, it's trying to figure out which occupancy is actually going to get regulated by these new chapters in the existing building code. So that's what I get it squared in my head, but thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Klaas-Bruckner.
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Mickleton.
No, no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners Santa.
No question.
Commissioner Alegre.
No questions, thanks.
And Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions.
Okay, we will now take comments from members of the committee, from the public on item number 14. At this time, again, if you would like to speak on this item, please put yourself in the queue by raising your hand in the Zoom, and then we will immediately follow by folks on the telephone. So, Ms. Presley, is there anybody that would like to speak on this item?
There are no hands and there are no public phone participants.
All right. Did we receive any written comments to the commission prior to today's meeting?
Not on this item.
Not on this item. So that concludes our public comment on this portion, or the comment, the public comment portion of this item. And so that leads us back to the committee, and where I will entertain a motion to consider the adoption of the Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. Looking for a motion.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelson, second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Maeda, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
That was aye. Commissioner Haskin, I'm sorry.
Yes, aye.
Okay. Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion carries. Thank you to the staff of the Building Standards Commission. We are now going to move to the Division of the State Architect for items 15, 16, and 17 potentially today. So we will start with item 15, the Division of the State Architect, proposed adoption of the amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Will the representative from the Division of the State Architect please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 15, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Diane Gould. I'm the Principal Structural Engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. Also joining me today is Ryan Huxley, a supervising structural engineer who's part of the DSA Headquarters Structural Codes and Standards Unit team, and he assisted with the development of this code package. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Before you today for this agenda item, you have our 2022 Title 24 Part 1 Intervening Cycle Rulemaking Package, and that's our California Administrative Code or CAC package for DSA structural safety. I wish to emphasize that the proposals included for this Part 1 package, I should probably slow down a little bit, huh? I feel like I'm talking too fast, as well as our Part 2 and 10 packages, which are the next two agenda items. All three of these packages consist of editorial adjustments in order to address clarity and consistency, but they do not represent significant changes in practice or regulatory effect. DSA has a public school construction collaborative, which we refer to as the PSCC. We shared our proposed rulemaking packages for parts 1, 2, and 10 with the PSCC for their feedback. The PSCC serves an advisory capacity to DSA to offer industry input and feedback on myriad issues related to the design and construction of K-12 schools and community colleges. The PSCC is comprised of 16 individuals who represent a cross-section of stakeholder groups, as well as 3 ex officio members whose purpose it is to ensure DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspectives. During this pre-cycle development of our intervening rulemaking package, DSA also worked to align with other agencies such as BSC and OSHPD, HCI, where we have co-adopted amendment language with those agencies. We made adjustments to our proposals based on feedback received during our pre-cycle outreach and coordination efforts. Our Part 1 package was presented to the Building Fire Other / Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in March of 2023. The recommendations from the Code Advisory Committee was approved for all proposals in Part 1. We then submitted our package for the 45-day public comment period, which ran April 7th through May 22nd of 2023. No public comments were received on our Part 1 package during the 45-day comment period. We're also required to perform an assessment and determination of whether any of our proposals would result in a fiscal or economic impact. I can report that there are no proposals in our Part 1 package that would result in fiscal or economic impact. That determination must be reviewed and confirmed by our department, agency, and ultimately the California Department of Finance. Our 399, as we call it, has been approved by our department, agency, as well as Department of Finance. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals for Part 1 and provided written approval. This concludes the overview for this agenda item number 15. And with that, I respectfully request the Commission's approval of DSA's proposed regulations for publication in Title 24, Part 1. We are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 15 is now open for commission discussion, and I'll call on each commissioner individually, starting with Commissioner Haskin.
I have no comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
I apologize. I didn't hear that. Would you repeat, please?
Yeah, just if you had any comments on agenda item
No.
number 15.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Commissioner Patel,
No comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner. By the end of this, I will have the proper pronunciation of your name. I am so sorry.
Mine?
Yes,
You're pronouncing it perfectly.
I feel like I'm
You were struggling. I didn't even have any idea you were struggling. No comments.
You're very gracious. Thank you. Commissioner Mikitin,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Satyan,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions. Nice overview, Ms. Gould. Thanks.
Commissioner Allegre,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions. Thank you.
and Commissioner Randon.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 15. At this time, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature or hop in the queue on the phone lines. Ms. Trustley, do we have anybody that would like to make a public comment?
There are no hands raised and no public participants.
All right, then moving on, just to confirm, did we receive any written comments on this item submitted to the committee prior to today?
None on this item, Madam Chair.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I would like to turn item 15 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Division of the State Architect proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
Commissioner
Haskin move to approve.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this item? Hearing none, Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. All right, moving on to item 16, the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. Will Ms. Gould, would you like to present on behalf of the Division of the State Architect?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Once again, I'm Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I'd like to take the opportunity also to introduce Ryan Turner, Supervising Structural Engineer, who's here with me today. He's part of the DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit team and assisted with development of this package. Thank you again for this opportunity to present these proposed amendments for the 2022 Title 24 Part 2 rulemaking package for DSA structural safety. That's, of course, our California Building Code or CBC package. I wish to emphasize that the proposals included for this Part 2 package, as well as our Part 1 and 10 packages, consist of editorial adjustments in order to address clarity and consistency, but they do not represent significant changes in practice or regulatory effect. I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach that we performed when I presented our Part 1 package to you. This Part 2 package underwent that same outreach process as well as refinement. Our Part 2 package was presented to the Building Fire Other/Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in March of 2023. We did receive some feedback during that committee meeting, and we made, in response, some clarifying adjustments to some of our proposals in response to that feedback received during the committee meeting. We then submitted our Part 2 package for the 45-day public comment period, which ran April 7th through May 2nd of 2023. DSA did not receive any public comments on our Part 2 package during that 45-day comment period. As with Part 1, I can report there are no proposals in the Part 2 rulemaking package that result in a fiscal or economic impact. Our 399 has been approved by our department, agency, and the Department of Finance. Also, as I noted before, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals for Part 2 and provided written approval. That concludes my overview for this agenda item number 16, and DSA respectfully requests the Commission's approval of DSA's proposed amendments for publication in Title 24, Part 1, the California Administrative Code. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the overview and proposal. Item 16 is open for the Commission's discussion. I will start with Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel,
No questions, and thank you, Diane.
Commissioner Osbruckner, please.
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santillan.
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Randon,
No questions.
and Commissioner Haskell.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 16. At this time, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or queue yourself up on the telephone line. Ms. Tressley, do we have any members of the public that would like to present?
There are no hands raised and no public phone participants still.
And did the CBSC staff receive any written comments prior to today's meeting on this item?
None on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn the item back to the commission and entertain a motion to consider item number 16, the division of the state architect proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24.
Commissioner Nikitin, move to approve.
I'll second it. Commissioner Santillan.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get that, Pam?
Yes, I did. Nikitin, and then Santillan.
Thank you. We have it has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none. Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Nikitin,
Aye.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner.
Aye.
Okay, thank
The
you.
vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 17. The division of the state architect. The proposed adoption of the amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. And I will ask again the representative from the Division of the State Architect, please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 17.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer representing Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I also have here with me today Brian Frank, a District Structural Engineer on the DSA Headquarters Codes and Standards team. Brian assisted with the development of this package. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes for the 2022 Title 24 Part 10 rulemaking package for DSA structural safety, which is our California Existing Building Code, or CEBC package. Once again, I'll emphasize that the proposals included for this Part 10 package, as you saw with our Part 1 and 2 packages, consist of editorial adjustments in order to address clarity and consistency, but do not represent significant changes in practice or regulatory effect. I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 and 2 packages. Part 10 package before you underwent the same outreach process and refinement. Our Part 10 package was presented to the Building Fire Other/Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee in March of 2023. We did receive some feedback in response to some of our proposals, and we made clarifying adjustments to some of those proposals as a result. We then submitted our Part 10 package for the 45-day public comment period, which ran April 7th through May 22nd, 2023.
Diane,
DSA didn't.
sorry to stop you. Could you just slow down just a little bit? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I need to repeat or just slow down?
They just slow down and continue.
Okay, thank you. So DSA did not receive any public comments during the 45-day public comment period on our Part 10 package. As with Parts 1 and 2, I can report that there are no proposals in our Part 10 rulemaking package that result in a fiscal nor economic impact. Our 399 has been approved by our department, agency, and DOF, Department of Finance. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. That concludes my very quick overview of this agenda item number 17. And with that, DSA respectfully requests the Commission's approval of our proposed regulations for publication in Title 24, Part 10, the California Existing Building Code. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. And item 17 is open for commission discussion. I'd like to start with Commissioner Patel, please.
Yeah, I just had one question, just to clarify something I asked about earlier. So DSA SS is proposing to make amendments to their amendments that are already in the code, to clarify.
That's correct.
But you're not proposing to adopt chapter 6 through 11, correct? So
No.
those would not be applicable to the occupancies that DSA SS is over, which is basically K through 12 schools.
It would not be applicable to the structural provisions that apply to existing buildings.
Okay.
There are, yeah.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I think so. But
How structural approaches existing buildings is, at least from DSA's perspective, is different than locals or the State Fire Marshal.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Voss-Bruckner, please.
No comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Middleton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Just a comment. As you can see, the questions of Commissioner Patel, who is a building official, that this stuff in the existing building code, particularly with the State Fire Marshal's adoptions of chapter 6 through 11, make it will make it confusing for design professionals to understand what's actually allowed for different sorts of buildings. So again, I think we have to just do pretty good outreach to design professionals to make it understood what the requirements are. So with that, that's it.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Alegre.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Rampton.
Yeah, reiterating Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Sasaki's comments. So we've got State Fire Marshal regulating the fire life safety requirements for K-12 schools. So we're going to have this confusion, definitely. And I think that it would be great to work on that outreach and how we're applying these things. And then in the next code cycle, to work on getting more across the board approval of the existing building code from all the different opposing agencies would be fantastic.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Haskin.
Yeah, so the conversation's kind of interesting. I guess I don't really have any questions. The proposed changes don't actually include what the other organizations were, or the other agencies were proposing, but I don't know that that is in conflict. It just means it hasn't been done yet. So the confusion isn't really a conflict on this point. So I don't have any questions on this one. These changes look reasonable.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And then Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 17. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom or add yourself to the telephone queue. Ms. Trusley, do we have anybody that would like to speak on this item?
Still no hands and still no phone participants from the public.
All right, just want to confirm whether or not we received any written comments to the commission on this item prior to today's meeting.
None on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 17 back over to the commission to entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve.
Commissioner Legray, seconds.
Legray, second.
I have a motion and 2 seconds. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
This is Commissioner Patel. Could I just suggest that maybe BSC take the lead in developing maybe a one-page informational bulletin on what the different jurisdictional authorities are going to be to the existing building code, just to help out?
This is Commissioner Rambin, and I would really appreciate that. I think it's really hard to go through the matrices at the beginning of each chapter and figure out who has approved what sections of each individual chapter. I think that'd be great to have a summary.
I think that's something that we would be happy to help coordinate with the agencies. Just a question, Commissioner Patel, is that amending the motion for approval?
No, I apologize. It was not meant to.
Okay.
Amend the motion.
Thank you.
Great. I've lost myself on my iPad. Sorry. I think without any other questions from the commissioners, we can take the roll call vote on this. Ms. Maeda?
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Legray.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. And I would like to thank the Division of the State Architect for presenting your items to us today and all of the work that went into it prior to today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch binders. I'm sorry.
You got it okay?
Yes. That's good, guys. We're making progress. We closed one binder onto the second one again. Next up, we have OSHPD, which is agenda item 18 is the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, or affectionately known as OSHPD. It is their proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. And at this time, I would like to ask the representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development to please introduce himself and provide an overview of item number 18 for the commissioners.
Good afternoon. This is Richard Tannehill. First, want to check to make sure you can hear me. I changed my microphone today.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Richard Tannehill. I'm the Deputy Division Chief for Northern California, former supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. The proposed amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24, were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on July 14th, 2022. And October.
Richard,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Just slow down just a little bit, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. The proposed amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24, was presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on July 14th, 2022 and October 13th, 2022. Due to the subject matter, the Chapter 6 amendments were heard by the California Building Standards Commission, Building, Fire, and Other, and the Structural Design Lateral Forces Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee on March 1st and 2nd in 2023. The Chapter 7 amendments were heard by the CBSC Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee on January 31st, 2023. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the two committees recommended approve as amended, and further study on several items. OSHPD accepted the approve as amended and further study recommends on most of the items and made the appropriate changes before the 45-day public comment period. No public comments were received during the 45-day public comment period held April 7th through May 22nd, 2023. The proposed code changes in item 1 incorporated Senate Bill 395, this is Chapter 489 Statutes of 2021 into regulations. The statute established the Small and Rural Hospital Relief Program and the proposed funding of seismic safety compliance with respect to small hospitals, rural hospitals, and critical access hospitals in the state. Item 2 incorporates Assembly Bill 1882, Chapter 584 of the statutes of the 2022 into regulations. The statute raises public awareness of the current seismic compliance status of hospital facilities in California by requiring posting of public notices for hospital buildings in jeopardy of becoming non-functional with a major seismic event, and by requiring annual status updates on efforts to bring hospital buildings into compliance with the seismic safety standards. We can continue on to items 3 and 18 or request approval of items 1 and 2 at this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So thank you for the overview of that proposal. I want to open just item 18 up for the commission for discussion. And I'm going to start with Commissioner Hosbruckner to start us off.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Mickelson,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santiago,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
thank you. Commissioner Alegre,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rampton.
Just a point of clarification. This is just a portion of the items under agenda item 18, correct?
This is for all of agenda item 18. and then we'll move on to 19.
This is for chapter 6 of part 1 of item 18. The 2 chapters are addressed, 6 and 7. I just covered chapter 6 at this time.
Right.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, that there's 3 through 18 that are still part of this agenda item that we haven't gotten to.
Yes, and that's what I was asking, if you wanted me to continue on at the time.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay, so please hold that for 1 second. We want to do this all at once. I thought that we had got through, and he was asking specifically about agenda items 19 and 20. We want to cover fully at 18 before we move on, yes?
I think so.
Okay, so if that's okay with the commissioners, and then I'll come back to the beginning again and do this again. I am so sorry. I misunderstood which chapters you had not yet covered.
My
So if
apologies, I
you
should
mind,
have been more clear.
yes, to continue on through there, and then we'll go to each of the commissioners, and then I'll move on to the next agenda item. Perfect.
Again, my apologies. I'll continue at chapter 7. The proposed code changes to part 1, chapter 7 are provide clarifications, amending definitions related to managed projects and start of construction, remove requirements for paper plan review submittals, provide clarification of the services allowed by the architect's license, add language for deadlines to upload drawings and return back checks. That's back checks is one word, based on project cost. Amending fees for geotechnical and geohazard reviews that are non-refundable after the review has been completed, and editorial OSHPD name changes. Adding processes to review and build projects with no construction or a reduction in scope of the to be billed at cost. Add section to clarify responsibilities and ethics of the inspectors of records. This concludes the overview of the rulemaking file OSHPD 01-22, amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code. We respectfully request your approval and are happy to answer any questions and provide further detail. I'm done.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's go back to the top of this. Try again. My apologies. Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, do you have any questions on the whole about this item?
Is this for 18, 19, and 20?
No, this is just for item 18. Okay. He just hadn't finished presenting it. I jumped the gun.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton.
No question, thanks.
Thank you. Santion. Commissioner Santion, sorry.
At the end, yeah, I have no questions.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre.
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin.
No questions, thanks.
And thank you for that point of clarification earlier. Commissioner Haskin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
No, thank you.
And Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Richard. No questions.
I'd like to now take comments from members of the public on item number 18. If you would like to speak on this item, please put yourself in the queue by raising your hand in Zoom, or add yourself to the telephone queue. At this time, Ms. Trusley, is there anybody in the queue?
So there are no hands raised. We have one phone participant. The person with 3744. If you had a comment, now is your opportunity.
All right. And then just to committee or to commission staff, were any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting on this item?
None on this item, Madam Chair.
This concludes the public comment portion, and I will turn item 18 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24.
Commissioner
McIntyre, move to
Rambin,
approve.
Commissioner,
Rambin.
whichever, I'll second it.
Okay, Mickelton first and Rambin second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Maeda?
Okay. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I'd like to now move to item number 19. Also from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. It's the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1, Title 24. Will the representative from OSHPD please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 19?
This is Richard Tannehill. Thank you very much. I'm the Deputy Division Chief for OSHPD Building Standards and former supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. This proposal is for the 2022 Intervening California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1. Proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on July 14th, 2022 and October 13th, 2022. The proposed amendments were heard by the California Building Standards Commission, Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee, CAC, on January 31st, 2023. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the Health Facilities CAC recommended approve on most of the code changes and approve as amended on a few changes. OSHPD accepted the approve as amended recommendations except one. Commission Action Matrix item OSHPD 02-22-17-6, section 1228.2. Following the CAC meeting, OSHPD verified the reference and found chapter 6 to be correct. It was a reference to chapter 6 was recommended to be changed to 7. We found that 6 was the correct reference, therefore no correction is needed. No public comments were received during the 45-day public comment period held April 17th through May 22nd, 2023. The proposed code changes to Part 2, Volume 1 are technical amendments and include the following. Remove designations for OSHPD 2A and B. So OSHPD 2 will be the only designation for skilled nursing facilities. Add OSHPD 6 for chemical dependency recovery hospitals based on new law and define the application. Provide clarification on the definition of patient room to include overnight stays, not just licensing status. Add definition for treatment room. Refine language for previous additions for procedures and class 2 imaging rooms. Remove or clarify dimensions for pharmacy spaces and clarify finishes. Provide clarification on when a morgue is required. Add behavioral health observation in emergency departments. remove the requirement for a bathtub to be in a skilled nursing facility, provide clarification and revision to psychiatric service spaces, add requirement for chemical dependency recovery hospitals. This includes the overview of rulemaking file OSHPA 02-22, amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Volume 1. We respectfully request your approval and are happy to answer any questions to provide further detail. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Item number 19 is open for the commission discussion. And I'd like to start with Commissioner Mikitin.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santion,
No questions.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Rambin,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskin,
No questions.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Nothing at the moment, thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Patel,
I also have no questions.
Commissioner Kloss-Bruckner.
I have one question or comment. There's a couple instances that you guys are proposing changes, but also in the regular language where you require things at a ratio of. I would highly recommend that you mention minimum ratio or maximum ratio of. For example, in section item 17, for example, under section 12.229.14.1.8, where you're mentioning showers. You just say showers shall be provided at a ratio of 1 to 20 patients, and for each major fraction thereof. I think a couple of these instances you may want to consider adding minimum ratio. I could be wrong, but it's something to consider in future proposals or changes that you guys may want to consider. It's the same with patient care support area on the following page on 1229.14.3, where again, room to bed ratio of 1 consultation room for each 12 beds. You may want to mention that it's a minimum ratio. So it's not maximum, or it's not exact. They can have more.
Understood. Actually, I appreciate the comment because this tends to be a point of discussion quite often. So thank you. We will take that into consideration for future revisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to solicit comments from the members of the public on item number 19. Anybody who wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature or add yourself to the telephone queue. Ms. Trusley, do we have anybody that would like to speak on this item?
We have no hands raised. We have one public phone participant. Number ends in 3744. If you have a comment, go ahead. Okay.
Hearing none, just want to check with commission staff to see if there were any written comments submitted.
I'm sorry, there is one.
Oh,
hand.
there is one hand. Sorry, before we get to that.
Connie.
Okay, Connie.
Yes, Connie Arnold, Disability Rights Advocate, and I'll keep it short. I just wanted to say, just in general, I have found recently helping somebody who's a veteran in different skilled nursing facilities that the skilled nursing facilities are completely non-compliant with any form of Title 24, including parking and patient rooms and access and restrooms. And I think it's a sad day when we have our seniors and persons with disabilities locked up in these facilities and they're not even accessible. And something needs to be done about enforcement about these facilities in compliance with accessibility standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. To commission staff, are there any written comments submitted on this item?
None on this item, Madam Chair.
This does conclude the public comment portion. I will turn item 19 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24.
This is Commissioner Mixon. I actually have a question, one more question for Richard, which is I just wanted to confirm my reading that the interim equipment item that formerly said temporary equipment, now it says that it's for use for the duration of the need for the equipment, not to exceed duration of the construction project that it is in relation or that it is related to. And I'm assuming when you're saying construction project, it's the time period of construction as opposed to using construction project, meaning the building or the new building. Is that right?
Yes, what I used to say is temporary. Interim equipment was kind of redundant. Temporary equipment is for 6 months. Interim equipment is for the life of the construction or the need for that equipment on site. So we're allowed to exceed the 6 months it gives the contractor and the facility a lot more flexibility. And it does have to be removed at the end of construction for that project.
Okay, thank you. And then the other item was fixed movable equipment means, and so it, oddly says movable equipment means fixed equipment. And I guess it's referring to like detachable, right, equipment that is that right? I don't do these types of projects, so you want to make sure that's not confusing to people reading the code.
Right, movable equipment is fixed equipment that is detachable. You're absolutely correct. And it's detachable for either maintenance or to move for cleaning purposes. But it's a fixed equipment that is detachable and can be moved out of place. A medical dispensing, medication dispensing unit is a good example of that. They're anchored as fixed equipment, but they're detached and moved and put back into place. So they have detachable anchors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Commissioner Legray seconds.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none. Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you.
And I am not mistaken. Do we have one or two more items today? We have two more items, folks. So we are going to move to item number 20, the Office of State The Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. The proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. And I believe, I was going to say the same individual, but we don't. Will be representative from OSHPD. Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 20.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Lobo. I'm the principal structural engineer with OSHPD / HCI. These amendments are to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. These amendments provide editorial and minor technical modifications to existing regulations for clarification and consistency. Some of the amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on June 22nd, 2022. The proposed amendments were heard by the California Building Standards Commission, Building, Fire, and other structural design lateral forces ad hoc advisory committee on March 1 and 2, 2023. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the CAC recommended approve on most of the code changes and further study on a couple of code changes. OSHPD accepted the further study recommendations and made the appropriate changes prior to the 45-day public comment period. No public comments were received during the April 7th through May 22nd, 2023 45-day public comment period. The proposed code changes to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2 include the following. This is just a summary from items 1 through 10. In the 2022 CBSC structural requirements for OSHPD 2, buildings were split between OSHPD 2A, which applied to single-story wood and light frame construction, and OSHPD 2B for all others. That distinction, as Richard pointed earlier, is no longer required, as there's no difference in the requirements between skilled nursing facilities that are single-story wood or light frame construction and multi-story facilities.
Dr. Lobo, sorry to stop you. Just if you could just slow down just a little bit for our interpreters. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. An exception has been added to the prohibition on the use of steel special cantilever column systems to permit its use for light structures such as canopies or covered walkways. We clarified the design seismic force requirements for interim equipment for uses greater than 180 days. We amended the requirements to have an independent peer reviewer when a similar qualified staff is available with OSHPD. We added requirements for special seismic certification for alternate power systems for skilled nursing facilities in conformance with the new law AB 2511. We clarified that the approved agency performing tests and special inspections are required to be independent from the project inspector of record or the entity providing inspection services. We clarified the language in Chapter 19 for test acceptance criteria for tension testing of anchors not governed by concrete breakout failure to be consistent with amendments that were made prior in Chapter 19A. Then we clarified the language as to the location of where cleanouts are to be provided in masonry construction when required based on grout pour heights. And we amended the applicable performance of curtain wall systems using ARMA 501.4 following a seismic drift test for hospitals, that these drift tests are not to the elastic drifts, but are to the design drifts. This concludes the overview of rulemaking file OSHPD 322 amendments to the 2022 California Building Code Volume 2. We respectfully request your approval and are happy to answer any questions or provide further detail.
I really appreciate your overview of the proposal. Item 20 is now open for the commission for discussion. And I'll start with Commissioner Santiago.
No question. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No questions.
Commissioner Alegre,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rambin,
No questions.
Commissioner Haskin,
No questions.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Nothing, thank you.
You, Commissioner Patel,
Thank you, Roy. No questions.
Commissioner Foss-Bruckner,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton.
No questions, thanks.
All right. I'd like to now open it up for comments from the public on item number 20. If you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or add yourself to the telephone queue. Ms. Trusley, do we have anybody that would like to speak on this item?
We have no hands raised, and we have our one phone participant, number ends in 3744. If you'd like to make a comment, now's your opportunity.
All right. Hearing none, just confirming that there were not any written comments submitted to the commission prior to this meeting that need to be read.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Very good. This concludes the public comment portion of our meeting, and I will turn item 20 back over to the commission to entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Stockwell,
Allegri.
second.
Allegre, second.
Gotta be quick on that. That's kind of, I feel like Jeopardy button a little bit. You gotta get there quick. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none. I'd like Ms. Maeda to please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Foss-Bruckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you.
It is a unanimous vote. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And moving on to agenda item number 21. The Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development has proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. Will the representative, I think we're back to you, Richard. Will the representative from the Office of Statewide Health and Planning and Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 21? Is that right? Is it back to you, Richard?
Good afternoon. Actually,
no.
this is
My
Roy.
notes.
This is Roy. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Good try.
This is Roy Lobo. I'll be doing part 10. I'm the principal structure engineer with OSHPOD, and I will be giving an overview of the proposed amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. The proposed amendments provide editorial and minor technical modifications to the existing regulations for clarification and consistency. Some of these amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on June 22nd, 2022. The proposed amendments were heard by the California Building Standards Commission, Building, Fire, and other structural design / lateral forces ad hoc code advisory committee on March 1 and 2, 2023. As noted on the commission action matrix, the CAC recommended approve on all the code changes. No public comments were received during the April 7th through May 22nd, 2023 45-day public comment period. The proposed changes to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2, and includes the following. Revisions were made in the A chapters to align with changes made to the 2021 IEPC restructuring of the requirements for smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. There was one comment on that which we found did not change any of our amendments. For buildings retrofitted to SPC 4D performance level, and existing amendment for the construction of the response spectrum and acceleration time histories, which reference sections of the 2016 CBC, were inadvertently left out. This amendment reestablishes the original amendment intent. Then we clarified the acceptance criteria for non-structural elements for buildings retrofit to SPC 4D, where allowable drifts are exceeded. Those elements are limited to only items identified in Chapter 6, Article 10 of the CAC. For buildings removed from acute care service, we clarified that the use of firewalls is limited only to freestanding buildings. A fire barrier may be provided if the building will remain under OSHPD jurisdiction. This concludes the overview of rulemaking file OSHPD 07/22, amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code. We respectfully request your approval, and we are happy to answer any questions or provide further detail.
Thank you for that overview. Item 21 is now open for the commission's discussion. I'll call on each commissioner individually, and I will start with Commissioner Sasaki.
No questions.
Commissioner Allegra,
No questions.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No questions.
Commissioner Randman,
No questions.
Commissioner Haskin,
No questions, thanks.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Patel,
No questions.
Commissioner Voss-Bruckner,
No questions.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan.
No questions.
Thank you. We will now take comments from the members of the public on item number 21. At this time, if you would like to speak on this item, please put yourself in queue now by raising your hand, utilizing the hand feature in Zoom, or by utilizing the telephone lines that we have open to you. Ms. Presley.
We have no hands raised and we have no public phone participants.
All right. Just one quick confirmation that to Building Standards Commission staff. Did we receive any written comments prior to today's meeting on this item?
Not on this side, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will turn item 21 back over to the commission to entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, the OSHPD 0722, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24.
Commissioner Mickleton, move to approve.
Thank you. We have a second.
Commissioner Rambin, second.
We have, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none. Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I want to, that was our last item that we plan to take today, and I want to thank the commissioners. I'd like to thank the staff. I'd like to thank our interpreters and the public for spending the day here with us today. I also just note we have 3 items left. They are items 20. I'm getting right. It's been a day. Item 22, 23, and 24. They are 2 items for HCD and 1 for the Division of the State Architect. We will be taking those items on Thursday, the 29th. So what I will be asking for is a motion to recess us and reconvene on Thursday, the 29th at 9 a.m. So again, the motion is to recess and then reconvene on the 29th. So we will
Commissioner
not,
Haskin, I so move.
thank you. So we will not meet tomorrow.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. You all get tomorrow off. Let's see how this goes. At least from this job, you have your regular day jobs. Pam, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye again.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will update our public website to clarify for everybody that we will be reconvening on Thursday, the 29th at 9 a.m. Thank you so much again for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.